Yep, let's go. It is time to talk Dallas Cowboys on this beautiful Saturday evening. It's beautiful, but it's boring out there. I'm sure y'all have had enough of doing whatever you've been doing. Let's go. It's time to talk Cowboys. Well. Welcome, Cowboy fans and Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G. I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. Yeah, I'm coming to you at 7:30. 7:30 on a Saturday evening. Let's go. Somebody said it's not a lot of things to talk about the Dallas Cowboys. Well, I found some things. Let's go. Got quite a few stories to talk about today, Dallas Cowboy fans. Yeah. I know everybody said there's nothing to talk about. Nah, there's a lot to talk about. There's a lot to talk about because we are the Dallas Cowboys. Let's go as y'all come in here. Again, I'm the G, the host of Let's Talk Cowboys. As you come in, please hit that like button, hit that notification bell, and make sure if you want to know when we're going live, because we normally go live around 4:30, but sometimes we do Cowboys After Dark, and you never know. Sometimes we'll sneak it in some other times. Unclick that notification bell, re-click that notification bell, and select all, and you'll know every single time and get alerted when we go live. Let's go. 45 and counting. Let's go. Y'all hit that like button. We behind. Now, I know the people on X, they can't hit the like button. But if you can, come on over to YouTube. Hit that like button. Let's go. Let's push this out there. Let's tell everybody it's something going. It's some Cowboys news to talk about. Let's go. Again, let me show you what we're talking about today. Let's go. Boy, we got a lot. Somebody said, how in the world did he come up with all these things? I'm just telling you, it's out here. You have to do a little bit of digging. But I have dug, and we're going to do some digging. All right, so tonight, we're going to be talking about David Hellman. He comes on 105.3. Has a few things to talk about with the Cowboys. We're going to look at the interview with Calvin Watkins. And y'all tell me how y'all feel about some of our local Dallas Cowboy media, I call them. Calvin Watkins. Y'all tell me what you think about Watkins. So, we're also going to look at some surprise breakouts. And these 3 videos, they're all coming from 105.3 The Fan. Then there's an article called Don't Believe the Hype. And I'm very interested. I want to really see what you guys think about this particular article because it's dealing with 2 players in particular. 2 players in particular that we've talked a lot about. And one player that the Dallas media continues to try to hype up. I'm pretty sure you can guess who this is. Then we're going to talk about this whole issue with Micah Parsons. And I got a little bit of a treat for you today, I believe. We're going to look at Micah Parsons and where he stacks up as it pertains to the best edge rushers in this game. I found a chart on Pro Football Focus that I thought was very interesting, so I'm going to bring that to you. And then we're going to talk a little bit about Sam Williams. Sam Williams, at least right now, as we're talking about in the shorts and T-shirts, Sam Williams is looking pretty good, y'all. Sam Williams could be a breakout player. Sam Williams could be a breakout player in this year's training camp. So we're going to see what it do. But anyway, those are going to be our topics for the day, and then we'll conclude. Anything else may come up or some topic you guys may bring up. But there it is, David Hellman, Calvin Watkins, surprise breakouts, overhyped, Micah in the edge, and Sam Williams in the conclusion. And then it's going to be yours after that to go and debate about it on your own. But once again, welcome, Cowboy fans and Cowboy hitters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. And if you like this live stream or this video, please don't forget to like, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you know the next time we post another video or go live. All right, we're about to do a quick roll call. I know it's gonna cause some people off guard on this Saturday evening, so we're gonna catch a quick roll call, and then we're gonna get right into it. Let's go. That'll bring us to our next little selection here. Let's go. Y'all know what we got to do. Let's hit that roll call music, and then we're going to get right into it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Thanks, 9,000 in the crib. He said he first, but I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Dank. My man Poopy D got my back. He beat you in here first. But nevertheless, good to see both of y'all. Lord Nova, what up? Dominique Pittman in the crib. He said, yeah, let's go. The myth, the man, the legend. Let's go. Yes, sir. Appreciate you. Let's go. Kevin Hicks in the house. What up? What up? Reality Cowboy. What up? Let's go. Yeah, Poopy D, I had to let him know you were first. Let's go. John Jones in the crib. What up? What up? LaQueen, my sister. What up? What up? What up? Good to see you. Robert Simmons. Yes, sir. What up? Well. Let's talk Cowboys. The Basement Boys in here. What's going on? Yes, sir. Hoodie in the building. Christopher Cook in the crib. What up with you? Jared Thomas, number one Dak Prescott fan. I'm number two. What is going on? He said, and they will do it, G. I'm tired of the Hurts fanboys acting like he's all of a sudden top 2 quarterback in the NFL because he won on a super team. You feel me, G? Jared, that's what happens. That's what happens when you win a Super Bowl. Now, Jared, I want to see if everybody had that same energy when Dak Prescott get his Super Bowl. I want to see if they have that same energy. Bleeding Blue, what's up? What's crack-a-lagging? Lost in translation, salute. Let's go. Hey, Poopy D said, y'all make sure y'all give him a hand. He the first one in the building. All right, let's go, let's go. Couple of more, then we're going to get started. Franklin Lewis, what's going on? Have the Cowboys re-sign Gilmore? I'm going to say not yet because I believe they will. Randall Armstrong in the crib. West Texas Cowboys, what up? Alfredo Morales, what up with you? He said, hello, Chad El Chuco in the house. Yes, yes, sir, let's go. Davion Wallace, let's get it. Let's go. Greg Johnson, let's go. Gorilla Sports, let's get it. Brian Worley, let's get it. Yeah, Fat Meat Greasy. I tell him all the time, Fat Meat Greasy. Dana Jet in the crib, what up, what up? All right, let's go. Let's get this first topic, man. We got quite a few. I mean, this is gonna be a hot show today. This is gonna be a hot show today. Got 7 subject matters and plenty of comments to read and much discussion. Let's go. So let's get it on our first topic. David Hellman.
Yes! Here we go!
David Hellman dropped by 105.3 The Fan, or should I say they got him on the phone. And of course, the first thing they have to ask him about, or maybe this is the part they chose to post, but it's none other than Micah Parsons. Superman, what is going on with you? Superman 601 in the crib. Matt D in the crib, what's going on? He said, if you watch G constantly, hit that like button. Yes, let's do it. He's 100% the best content creator on YouTube. Dallas Cowboy content. He says, hold on. Matt D said he is the 100% best Dallas Cowboy content creator on YouTube with the best chat, and that's not even close. Let's do this. Let's do it. All right, let's see here. Dana Jet. Dana Jet says, I have nothing against Dak. I only don't want to hear him talking about Super Bowls. I do. I do, Dana Jet. I absolutely want to hear Dak Prescott talking about Super Bowls. Why not? Why not? He should be talking about Super Bowls. Why not? He's not saying anything wrong. It's not like Dak predicted he was going to win the next 4 out of 5 Super Bowls. No, Dak Prescott gave exactly what you give, Dana. When you talk about you want the Cowboys to win a Super Bowl, when we talk about we want the Cowboys to win a Super Bowl, we talk about that from a passionate perspective. Dak Prescott is not only the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys, he's a fan of the Dallas Cowboys, and he understands. He understands the gravity of the situation, of what it means to bring a Super Bowl to the Dallas Cowboys. 30-year drought. Hey, man, I don't understand this whole thing about people hating on Dak Prescott for saying he wants to win a Super Bowl. Why would you not? A quarterback in his 10th year. Yes, I want to win a Super Bowl. And not only am I telling the world this, I'm actually telling my ownership this. I want to win a Super Bowl, and I need y'all, and this is why I keep telling y'all, the work's not done. George Pickens is not the answer. George Pickens is not the answer. George Pickens is a great addition to the Dallas Cowboys, but he is not the answer to the Super Bowl. And I don't want the Dak Prescott haters, and that's why I'm already killing this noise. I don't want the Dak Prescott haters out here talking about, well, he got George Pickens now. There's no more excuses. Go back and look at what Jalen Hurts played with, position by position, group by group, player by player. Go back and look at what Troy Aikman played with in 92-93, group by group, player by player, and then you come back and talk to me and say, Dak Prescott has enough. We're not even close. We're getting there, but we're not close. Nope, we're not close. We need more. And this is our problem. We think every time the Cowboys get a great player, oh, he has no more excuses. We're not there. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna be the first one to tell you. We're not there. We're not there, and we're not gonna do this. We're not going to put this all on Dak Prescott anymore. And I've never done it. But we're not going to do it. They need more. They got the coaches. Check. That's what they gave Troy Aikman. Okay, we have the coaches. We got George Pickens. Okay, they gave Troy Aikman, Alvin Harper. Check, we got that. Now, this is the part that Dak Prescott is missing. And not Dak Prescott. This is the part this team is missing. The two parts that Troy Aikman had, the two parts that Jalen Hurts had. Jalen Hurts, #1 run defense in the league. Book it. #1 run defense in the league. Top 5 defense in the league. Book it. Top 5 offensive line in the game. Book it. #1 running attack in the game. Book it. When we go and we get those things for Dak Prescott, then I'm going to start listening to people talk about Dak Prescott may be the problem. The 2024 Philadelphia Eagles are eerily similar to the 92-93 Cowboys. Eerily similar. Similar, but not the same. The Cowboys had the #1 overall defense in 92. There was nothing nobody could do. The unsung heroes of the 92 through 96 Cowboys are the offensive and defensive line, not Troy Aikman. Not Troy Aikman. Not even Emmitt Smith in the grand scheme of things. Not even Michael Irvin. Without those defensive lines and offensive lines in 92-93, the Cowboys aren't doing nothing. Cowboys aren't doing nothing. Absolutely nothing without that offensive and defensive line. Troy Aikman, and I love Troy Aikman. He was not good enough. He was not good enough to win without an offensive line, defensive line. Emmitt Smith, he was not good enough to win without that. And I got news for the Jalen Hurts lovers. We saw Jalen Hurts. We saw him on the biggest stage. We saw him in 2022. And he put the team on his shoulders and he couldn't win it. But the only thing he proved is what most of us already know. Defense wins championships. You're not winning a game getting in a shootout with arguably one of the best quarterbacks we've ever seen in Patrick Mahomes. You're not beating Patrick Mahomes in a shootout. You're not beating Patrick Mahomes in a shootout. The only way you're beating Patrick Mahomes is your defense. If your defense don't stop Patrick Mahomes, you're done. You're done. There's narrowly, I'm telling you, there is narrowly a quarterback right now that can beat this man in a shootout. That can beat him in a shootout. And I'm telling you, as much as people talk about all these quarterbacks and Dak being number 17, I'm telling you, I'm only giving maybe 3 to 4 quarterbacks in this league a chance to shoot out with one Patrick Mahomes. And they better have absolute weapons on the outside. They better have weapons on the outside. They better have an offensive line. Now, if we're in a shootout, they probably don't have the defense. So we're in a shootout. There's only about 3 to 4 quarterbacks I'm giving that to. I'm giving it to Joe Burrow. I believe Joe Burrow could shoot out with Patrick Mahomes. Don't mean he's going to win. I believe Joe Burrow can do it because I've seen him do it. Matthew Stafford. I believe that Matthew Stafford can shoot out with Patrick Mahomes. No doubt about it. I believe he can shoot out with him. The other 2 quarterbacks, they may surprise you. The other quarterback, I'm going to give it to Jalen Hurts because I've seen him do it in the Super Bowl in 2022. I've seen him do it. I've seen him do it, but he also has a very good offensive line. Very good outside receivers. A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. He's got Dallas Goedert. I mean, he's got some weapons. It was Saquon Barkley that put the team really over the top. And that other quarterback I'm going to give it to, Dak Prescott. I'm telling you, Dak Prescott can shoot out with anybody. And that's without weapons. You give Dak Prescott the weapons, and we're going to see it this year on Thanksgiving. We're going to get a chance to see the shootout, and I don't know if it's going to be a shootout, but I got a strange feeling that both of these teams are probably going to put up some points on each other on Thanksgiving. I don't think it's going to be a boring game. We're going to see the shootout. But I'm saying all of this in my soliloquy introduction. I'm just saying that I want to hear Dak Prescott talk about Super Bowls. I do, Dana. And we all should want him to talk about it from his desire standpoint. He's not saying anything unrealistic as in, yeah, we're going to win the Super Bowl this year. He didn't say that. He didn't say I'm getting me one before I get out of here. I'm saying that, but he ain't saying that. The only thing Dak told us was his desire to win the Super Bowl. And I'm glad to hear him say it. I'm glad to hear him say it. And I think he should be expressing that more to his own team. Express it to him. But again, I'm telling us, you're not beating Patrick Mahomes. You're not beating him in a shootout. You know how you beat him? Your defense. Your defense is how you beat Patrick Mahomes. And that's why I'm telling us, we're not there yet. We're getting there. We're not there yet. We need to see what our defensive line is this year. We need to see what our offensive line is this year. And as much as people are talking about Miles Sanders, I'm glad that Miles Sanders is looking better. Javonte Williams is looking better. But we need, once we get this offensive and defensive line settled, now, who will be that running back? Who will be that running back? And I'm not sold on Javonte. I think there'll be some good bridge running backs. But no, we need a show enough. We need a show enough hit your head on the goalpost running back. We need to hit your head on the goalpost running back. And I'm hoping that Jaden Blue can be a part of that running attack. And I won't feel Maffa. That's who I'm looking for. I'm not looking for Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders. I think they'll be good placeholders. No, we need to hit your head on the goalpost running back. And that running back may not even be here this year. I think Jaden Blue is going to be a stronger type of Jalen Tope. I think he's going to be a stronger Tony Pollard type running back. I'm not sure if he's a bell cow. Phil Maffa can be more of a bell cow, more of a DeMarco Murray. But again, we're not there yet. We're still working out some of the kinks in this thing. And so that's why we gotta really see what this is. Terrence LeBird, you're right. Yeah, he doesn't gunsling like he used to. And one of the reasons why, Terrence, he don't have the weapons that he used to have. Don't have the weapons. Star Guardian, appreciate the $5 super chat. Oh, I see you, Star Guardian. He said, I gave myself a fresh new name. He's no longer Neo. He is now Star Guardian X. I see you. Yes, sir. He said, can't wait till training camp. Yeah, we about to let the rubber hit the road, Star Guardian. The rubber about to meet the road, Star Guardian. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. Enough of the enough of the t-shirts and shorts. It's time to get a little bit of something going. Poopy D, Jaden, Corden Blue. Yeah. We need a bell cow back, man. We need a running back that can hit that head on the goalpost. Alfredo Morales. The Doomsday defense was awesome. It was. We're not there yet. Alfredo said, what is Dak supposed to say? Alfredo said, what is Dak supposed to say? I don't want to win a Super Bowl. Like Herb Edwards famously said, you play to win the game. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, man. I love what Dak said. I do. I don't understand why he's catching so much heat for it. I want to hear him say it. I want to hear him say it. I want to hear him say how important it is to him. I want to hear him say it. Dominique said, gee, I don't know if there's any running backs out there to go after, especially since Chubb signed with the Texans. I don't think Dallas was looking this way. No, I don't. I don't think they were looking at him. And so, think on this. Maybe we don't have the running back yet. Jaden Blue will be a part of the Cowboys' future. I don't think he's going to be what you call the bell cow back, though. I just don't think he's that type of back. As much as I like Jaden Blue, I don't think he's like Ashton Jeanty to me is a bell cow. And even though I was reading the other day, Pete Carroll said he's not even going to use him. He said he's not even going to make the team dependent on Ashton Jeanty. I just said, wow, when he said that. He said, we're not going to have this team solely dependent on Ashton Jeanty. He said he's going to have both of the backs running. Okay, we'll see how that turns out. All right, man, I got to get to my first. Let me get to my first topic, boy. We got fireworks going. Let's go. Bleeding Blue. Dana Jet, I appreciate your comments, man. You keep them coming. Bleeding Blue, appreciate that super chat. Let's go. Dana Jet, you got to care because so is a man think it, so is he. A man got to think it. Everything got to start in here. Dana Jet said, I don't care what comes out of Dak's mouth. I'm not interested. I'm not interested into keeping I'm interested more in keeping silent and proving it. Proving it. Talk is cheap. We talk too much. I don't know if Dak Prescott, to me, he just don't fit the category to me of talk too much. I'll say this. I think Dak knows how to say the right things. I think he's great at that. I don't know if it's talk too much. I mean, he just answered the question. Calvin Watkins asked him about his legacy, and Dak Prescott said, I don't care about a legacy. I want to win a Super Bowl. I don't think he was trying to volunteer that information. Calvin Watkins threw it out there. He answered the question. It is what it is. Robert Simmons, I want to see how good Brock Purdy is without weapons. Robert Simmons, do you see how many weapons they're trying to put around him? I mean, not weapons. Do you see the defense they're trying to put on the other side? They're trying to put a defense over there. We'll see what happens. Reality Cowboy, he says, we will make the NFC title game if we stay healthy. I believe I believe so too. I don't know about the NFC championship game, but I think we'll get close. I think we'll win one playoff game for sure. For sure. But it will not surprise me if they got that far. He said, we will get that defensive tackle and another cornerback, but we'll be fine until our reinforcements return. Agent Zero and Diggs and Revel by Thanksgiving. And yeah, I appreciate what you're saying because the Cowboys want to get the training camp, and that's why I'm going to be patient with this. The Cowboys want to get the training camp. What's going on, Stephen White? Good to see you. The Cowboys want to get the training camp and see what they have, and then I think they'll make some more moves at the training, probably midway through training camp. So I think they want to see what the guys are, and then they're going to get it going. Terrence LeBird, he said, I appreciate you, G. He said, you don't cowboy podcaster who shouts me out on live. Yes, sir. Hey, no problem, Terrence LeBird. All right. All right, let's get into this thing with David Hellman. I'm sorry. Data Jet, I appreciate your comment. It's Saturday. Hey, we can talk about what we want to. But again, let's get into this thing with David Hellman. I think he has some interesting comments to say about this whole Micah Parsons saga. It's really the only part of it I've listened to. The rest I haven't heard. But I think he says some things really interesting. And we're going to circle the block on this when we come back to our edge rushers. Let's roll it.
David Hellman, NFL on Fox, joins you now here on your home of the Cowboys. And a good afternoon, sir. How you doing?
I'm great, guys. What's going on?
Well, we got Micah. I guess it's so much fun. He wanted to jump in there. Who do you blame more for this hold in that we're looking at in this Micah deal?
Exactly,
still
Reality
unresolved?
Cowboy.
I mean, every time we do this, I think that, there's going to be people that are going to take both sides of the argument. And I know the old cliche that it takes two to make a deal, but we do this every other summer. I mean, this will be the third major player we've done this with in the last year, I think. And there's one common denominator. It seems like, there's going to be contract disputes every single year. I know Trey Hendrickson and TJ Watt are going through them right now. It's not unique to the Cowboys, but it is unique to the Cowboys that they're one of the only franchises that doesn't manage to make it happen with a top-of-the-market star in a timely fashion. They do deals one of two ways. It's either the player agrees to a discount and it gets done in a timely fashion, or the player wants top of the market and it plays out until the 11th hour. So I'm always going to lay the blame with the Cowboys until they buck that trend. Because like I said, if it's a one-off or if it's something that doesn't happen very often, we can talk about the player's approach and whether he's doing things above board. But when you have this consistent history going back over the last 10 or 15, maybe even longer than that, where else am I supposed to go but with the thing that stays the same, and that's the front office?
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
Now, I'm going to tell you guys where I disagree. Do we always have these contract issues? Yes. I think, though, they get a little bit more magnified because we're the Dallas Cowboys. Everybody's having them all the time. It's ours that just gets overly publicized. But the thing with Micah Parsons and Jerry Jones, I'm in a different headspace with this one. And this is one of the reasons why I'm not talking about this stuff with Micah Parsons as much, because, and we're going to circle the block about this whole Micah Parsons things later too. But I think where Jerry Jones is perturbed with one Micah Parsons and why this is different is because Jerry and Micah was calling Jerry his I don't know, what was he calling him? Stuff like, that's my man, and defending Jerry Jones, saying stuff like there's no difference between 30 and 40 million. I don't have to be the highest paid player and blah, blah, blah. All of these different things he was saying. And I think that Jerry thought him and Michael were cool enough that he was going to give Michael a deal and Michael was going to tell his agent to sign it. Now, if you think about this, it's ironic that something has come up about TJ Watt, and we'll touch on that in a moment. But TJ Watt actually told his agent to get the deal done. TJ Watt didn't want to keep going back and forth. TJ Watt got a deal that was satisfactory to him, and he said, let's get this deal done, and they did it. And I've been telling y'all for weeks, months, that Michael could get this deal done anytime he wants to. Now, Michael's now telling Jerry to call his agent. And I think Jerry's a little bit perturbed by Michael saying call his agent, because the way that he was taking it was they were just kind of talking like, we're going to get this deal done. And the only thing your agent is going to do is, kind of be like a notary of the republic, a notary of the public, and say, hey, it's good. And then you sign it. But all of a sudden, David Mulugeta got involved, which this is where I really fought Michael. Michael shouldn't have never been dealing in the court of public opinion, even with his contract, saying there's no difference between 30 and 40 million. David may be mad. He should have never been doing that stuff. This man put Jerry Jones in a headspace that I don't think Jerry had been in. Jerry really thought, I believe, that, this is going to be this, that, and the other, and it turned out not to be that. And so now I think Jerry is a little bit in his feelings about this issue with him and Micah Parsons. And so Jerry's in no hurry, which I'm not worried. And this is the part that I do not like about Jerry. I don't understand why Jerry draws this stuff out. Bro, if you're going to cave in, just go ahead and cave in now. What's the difference in caving in now and later? What's the difference in caving in now and later? What's the difference? You don't look any better waiting until later. Jerry should just get this thing done, call his agent, boom, we're done. But it sounds like, I don't know, there's been some speculation. People are saying that it's the number of years. that Jerry is wanting. I'm thinking they're saying Jerry is wanting longer years, and David and Michael are shooting for shorter years. And shorter years, of course, are advantageous for the player because the player, you get him in his prime, and then he gets to go right back out there, and then he gets to hit you up again in another 3 or 4 years. I mean, you give him a 4-year deal, he'll hold out in year 3. You see the issue? So you give him a 4-year deal, he'll hold out in 3. Because all of a sudden he'll be like Myles Garrett. Other players will get paid, but then you may become the top edge rusher in the game. So rather than a 4-year contract, you're going to hold out and you're going to get some more money in that 3rd year, which at the same time, you think about what teams do. Teams will give a player a 4-year deal. He's not playing good. What do? They go in, and even if he is playing good sometimes, they'll go in year 2. Can we restructure? Then they come in year 3 and say, we're going to cut you because we don't want you to hit that 4th year part of your deal. And that's where all of this money kicks in. So I understand it all. I absolutely understand it all. But I do think what makes this a little bit different is that Jerry thought him and Micah had us all thinking like this, that they were so cool that him and Jerry might do a deal without David Mulugeta. I was saying this from the get-go. He should have never been talking outside of his agent. And so now here we are again, more of the same. So Jerry, and I'm hoping in the next couple of weeks, I'm thinking that maybe before we go to training camp, I think that I will not be surprised if Michael has a deal before we get to training camp. That's kind of where I am. Let me get a couple more greetings, and we're going to get back to David Mulugeta. Dave Hellman, I'm sorry. Dangling in the crib, what up with you? Good to see you. Gregory Davis in the crib, what up? My man, the ghost of Mike McCarthy, what up with you? He said, in today's NFL, it seems like you need to be a diplomat if you want to be a quarterback. You're the CEO amongst players. Yeah. And again, I think that's kind of where Dak was. Calvin Watkins asked him a question, and he just kind of gave, he just basically just put it out there. I don't care anything about no legacy. I just want to win a Super Bowl. And I don't think he was trying to grandstand or anything like that. I just think that Dak he's a passionate Dallas Cowboy fan, and he wants to bring a Super Bowl to the Cowboys. Daniel said, so you think that Jerry wants to sign Michael to a 5-year deal as opposed to a 4? Daniel, that's where I think it is. I think it's something to do with the years. It has to be the years, because I don't think the money. I don't think Jerry's tripping on the money. I don't think he's tripping on the money. I think it must be something with the years, because the money, Jerry is at fault as it pertains to what Michael's going to get paid, because Michael has actually been begging Jerry to sign his deal since last November, and Jerry just kind of shoveled his feet on this thing. I mean, the moment Michael would have been talking all that contract stuff, I'd have got him then. I'd have got him before anybody exceeded Nick Bosa. The Cowboys literally could have got Michael Parsons on a Nick Bosa deal. Could have got him on a Nick Bosa deal, but they had to wait for Crosby, had to wait for Garrett. It just doesn't make sense. They put themselves in that part of the situation. But again, I think they want him to be the highest paid. I've told y'all this before. I think they want him to be the highest paid. So I don't think they're tripping on any of this. Me, I want him in training camp. The money stuff, I'm not even worried about. The man going to get his money. It is what it is. We're going to overpay for him. It is what it is. And it's not my money, but I say we because we're Cowboy fans. It is what it is. They're going to overpay for Michael Parsons, but this is what they do. But I want them to go ahead and get it done because I want Michael in training camp. Davion said, yeah, he'll get signed. I'm not worried. I'm not either. He'll get signed. I'm not worried at all. But where I want Michael to continue on his road to maturity, and don't do any of this stuff in the media. Don't do any of this stuff. The thing that he did here recently, talking about the Cowboys are pushing up the price by not signing them. I'm like, Michael, come on, man. Don't even do this stuff. Don't even do this stuff. You already know they're going to pay you. Stop it. Andre Mosley, what up? April Showers, what's up? They already know. They're gonna pay you, Micah. Micah knows it too. So let's not even do all the stuff out there in the media. The goes to Mike McCarthy, just an idea. Maybe give our first-year head coach as a few distractions as possible. Yes, going into his first training camp. I absolutely agree. Daniel says, gee, a 5-year deal for Michael would be awesome since he's still young. And I know that Michael wants a 4-year deal because he would be in his early 30s when his contract ends. Yeah, see, he wants to go back. He wants to be able to go back and break the bank again. See, that's why Dak Prescott has gotten these shorter contracts in a sense. You know, they have the same agency. Todd France, I think they're both in the same agency. Dak has got these shorter deals, and Dak Prescott being only 31 years old, I mean, Dak Prescott will be able to go back and break the bank again after this deal. If the Cowboys decide they're going to go in a different direction, Dak Prescott's going to break the bank again. Dak Prescott will easily get another $100+ million deal. And so, again, I think Jerry and them want that 5 years so they can get him in most of his prime. Because, again, I'm telling you, you get a 5-year deal by year 4, they're holding out. You get a 4-year deal. This is how you really have to think about these deals now. I mean, if you're negotiating a deal with a player, this is really how you have to think about it. We know we're not hitting the end of this deal. We know we're not hitting the end of it. Either you're going to hold out if you're like outperforming your contract. You're going to hold out the year before your deal is up. Or if you're not doing as good as we want you to, or if someone comes behind you and shows that you can be replaced and you're making all this money, we're not letting you hit the last year of that deal. So that's why when you start talking about the years on these contracts, they're important. And I understand where the players are coming from. You better get your money, because if you're not doing what they want you to do, or if somebody starts doing good behind you, you're still not going to see the end of that deal. So I see exactly what's happening. But at the end of the day, he's going to get signed. I'm not even worried about it. He's not going to get signed. Alfredo says, Michael not being extended yet would not be a distraction for me if I'm a player on the boys. And a reporter asked me what I think about Michael not being signed yet. I'll tell him, go ask Michael. I love it. I love it. Alfredo said he would say, go ask Michael. It's none of my business. That's where I think Michael should have been when they were asking him about Dak Prescott contract. See, now Michael is saying every situation is different. Yeah, now you realize that, don't you? I'm pretty sure David Mulugata probably told you, don't be out here commenting on other men's pockets. Daniel Lim said, gee, if you had to choose between either Jalen Ramsey or Jair Alexander or for cornerback, if Gilmore's off the table, who would you choose and why? Daniel Lim, this is not even a discussion for me. Jair Alexander, Daniel Lim, I said it the other day. Jair Alexander is Trayvon Diggs. He is Trayvon Diggs. They are the same player almost. They both have been injured. What, 20 games over the last 2 seasons? Both of them has missed significant time. If I'm going to sign Jair Alexander, then I'm just going to go ahead and keep Trayvon Diggs. Because Jair Alexander is going to want a Trayvon Diggs type contract. I believe Jair Alexander is going to probably get paid. I would take Jalen Ramsey. I would really take Jalen Ramsey over Jair Alexander. I would, absolutely, all day, every day. I would take Jalen Ramsey over Jair Alexander. I would take Jalen Ramsey over Jair Alexander, because this is how I'm looking at Jalen Ramsey. If I can sign Jalen Ramsey to a 3-year, let's say I'm going to sign him to a 4-year deal because I know it's a 3-year deal. If I sign Jalen Ramsey, I'm thinking, okay, Jalen Ramsey will play 1 year of cornerback for me. He'll just stabilize my cornerback room this season. Next season, I'm probably going to move him to safety. I'll move Wanye to the nickel, and then I'm going to make Marquise Bell my other safety, and I'm going to have Marquise Bell and Jalen Ramsey as my safety, and I'm going to have Wanye Thomas, where he'll be able to play both, but I'll be using him mostly in nickel situations, and he'll be my slot cornerback. So I'm taking Jalen Ramsey all day long. I think Jalen Ramsey brings a certain level of toughness to your team. I think he brings a certain level of dog to your team. I think he brings a certain level of leadership to your team. I'm bringing in Jalen Ramsey all day long over Jair Alexander. It's not even a discussion for me, Daniel M. Not even close. Not even close. I'm bringing in Jalen Ramsey. But again, let's get some more Dave Hellman in, then we'll get some more comments in. But again,
I guess the next question is,
I see this thing different with it's the same, but it's not the same. Because I think Jerry really thought he was going to work this deal. I really thought he was going to work this deal without David Mulugeta. But I'll tell you this. As much as I want this deal done, I'm glad Micah Parsons didn't do it outside of his agent. Don't do stuff like that. That's what you're hiring him for. But I also want him to tell his agent, no, stop telling Jerry to call your agent, Michael. Stop telling Jerry to call your agent. You don't control Jerry, Michael. But I tell you who you do control. You control David Mulugeta. He worked for you. You don't work for David Mulugeta. You make David Mulugeta call Jerry and get this doggone deal done. That's what you do. Michael needs to get the people who work for him to do what they're supposed to do because Michael works for Jerry. Jerry don't work for Michael. I don't even understand the conversation of telling Jerry Jones to call my agent. No. If I'm Jerry, like, no, you have your agent to call me. You work for me. You want the deal done. We've agreed in principle. You get your agent to call me. This is where I am. He need to call me. What up, Damon? What's up with you? Add Ramsey and another vet and defensive tackle. We'll set. Yeah, because I'm telling you, if it's a choice between Jair Alexander and Ramsey, shoo. Man, I ain't fooling with Jair Alexander. Man, that dude, Jair Alexander, is injured so much. It's a shame, man. I did a video on him. Man, you go back and look at this dude. Injury history. Man, we don't even know if he's healthy right now. We don't even know if Jair Alexander is healthy right now. Nobody knows. I don't even want to hear the name Jair Alexander mentioned with the Cowboys. Dang Lim said, I would take Ramsey over Alexander too because he's $5 million cheaper than what Alexander's going to make for his next contract and Jair is 28. I don't want no part of Jair Alexander. I don't want no part of it. You sign this dude, man, he may not even make it 4 games. He may not even make it 4 games. My man Damon Bama Boy Davis, he said Jerry gonna keep on, and if Parsons play out his if Parsons out his price, only gonna rise. Period. Yeah, it is. Again, David Bama Boy, it is what it is, and that's why I want them to go ahead and get this deal done. But we're gonna look at this later on Micah Parsons. Don't worry, we're gonna circle the block on this. I got a whole thing on Micah Parsons as it pertains to this T.J. Watt nonsense. It is pure craziness. Well, we're gonna hit that. We're gonna hit that later. But this happened to be the first thing they asked as it pertains to David Hellman. Let's roll.
Is like how damaging is it to miss time or to force your players to miss time so they can get your value while you're on your third defensive coordinator over the last 19 months?
I mean, it's never good to have guys not practicing and not, getting reps. And I worry that the longer you sit out, the more durability is a concern. Like,
yes,
how
sir.
good is your conditioning going to be? How ready are you going to be? But, I mean, we just saw CD miss most of the offseason, basically all of it, really, and come out and have an all-pro season last year. He had 1,200 yards and didn't even get to play with Dak Prescott for most of his season. So, it's definitely not ideal. But if when you're talking about first-team All-Pros, guys like Micah Parsons, I'm a little less worried than I would be otherwise. Now, is that an excuse to leave it until late August? Absolutely not. But I'm not as worried as I would be if it was somebody else.
David, why would there be any?
What up, Los Altos? I think they need to get. I'm kind of in agreement here. Goes to Mike McCarthy. I really do. I really think the Cowboys. Michael has already said he is going to be at Oxnard, California, but we don't know exactly what he's going to do. But I really would like for him to be signed, just to be on the safe side and just put all this stuff behind you and really have him out there running the plays, the ones against the ones. And again, I would love to see that kind of pressure out there on Dak Prescott. And when I say pressure, not hitting Dak Prescott, but just getting Dak Prescott, back into that rhythm, and also putting that pressure on Dak so that he can test out his movements a lot more and things of that nature, because it only helps Dak Prescott for the entire defense to be out there. It only helps Dak Prescott. It does. It helps him really, really good. So, yeah, I'm really ready to get him out there and just continue to create this team chemistry. I'm ready to get him out there. What's going on, Georgie George? All right, let's keep going.
Circle back on Micah. Why would there be any reason for David Mulugeta to talk to the Joneses?
You have BO, right?
Yeah, I already see where Brian's going.
I mean, well, because if the Joneses are ready to do business, which it doesn't seem like they are. I mean, I've been following the whole storyline with Micah and Jerry supposedly having a framework in mind, and all that's left to do is call David Mulugeta. The reason why he would want to talk to him is if they're ready to play ball with a deal that would make Micah the highest paid edge rusher.
Yeah,
but I don't get the impression that they're going to do that right now.
They had the early conversations with Mulugeta, and Mulugeta will not call him back. What if I told you that?
I would say I'm completely unsurprised, because Mulugeta.
See, this is exactly what I was talking about earlier. See, Jerry and Micah seemed like they had a deal. And it just makes me wonder, because Jerry and Micah may have worked out a deal, that Mulugeta may actually be in his feelings, because they worked the deal out without him. And maybe Mulugeta comes in and says, no, Micah, we need this, and this. And then the question becomes, are some of the things that Mulugeta asked or put in the contract, are they out of spite? Are they out of spite at the fact that Jerry came and worked the deal out with Michael without him in the room? When in actuality, he shouldn't have a problem with Jerry about that. His problem should only be with Micah. Because in actuality, Jerry is doing what every owner would probably want to do. You probably would want to work a deal without the agent. You probably would want to do that. But at the same time, pride aside, if the deal is good, what's the problem? I know where Brian Broaddus is going with this. Some of this is Mulugeta, and people have been talking about this. Some of this is David Mulugeta. He's the holdup on the deal. Because as I said before, Micah works for Jerry. Micah is actually under contract. Micah Parsons works for Jerry Jones. Micah Parsons is really the X factor from this perspective. If there's a deal on the table that Micah likes, then Micah should tell his agent to call David and get it done. Micah should call his own agent and say, get it done. And you call Jerry. Because you work for me. You call Jerry. That's just where I am. David Mulugeta don't work for Jerry. Micah does. And if that deal is ready to get done, if Micah is agreeing to a deal, or if Micah likes the deal, tell David Mulugeta to get it done. But if Micah is saying, I'm going to go with whatever David Mulugeta says, then we'll see. We'll see. I don't know how long this is going to draw out. Georgie George in the crib, what up? He said the next thing we know, Micah Parsons shall get signed and become even more lethal for wins and trophies. We're about to see a next level Micah from here on out. Well, I tell you this, Micah Parsons is about to see what it feels like to be highly paid. And if you don't perform to expectations, they're going to destroy you. They're going to destroy Micah Parsons. Hey, Georgie George, I hope you're right. But I'll be honest with you. I don't think the money should be the thing that makes him come out and play like he on steroids. money aside, no, that should be automatic because he's just that good. If you're that good, the money shouldn't matter on that level. But I'm telling you, this to me is a little bit different. I'm blaming Jerry for not signing him earlier, but I'm also blaming Micah Parsons partially on this because Micah was negotiating his deal out there in the court of public opinion, kind of like what he's trying to do now, talking about the longer they wait, the more the price goes up. Really, Micah? What does it matter what anyone else makes? Why does it matter if TJ Watt? Okay, so what? So TJ Watt. So what? What does that have to do with if you and Jerry already have a deal done in principle? Why should it work? Why are we worried about what the next guy is making now? Because that is definitely not what his conversation was in November and December. I don't have to be the highest paid. So who cares what TJ Watt gets? And we're going to circle the block on this in a moment because I'm telling you, there is no way TJ Watt, I'll be shocked if TJ Watt surpasses Myles Garrett. Because really, to me, Myles Garrett is the standard right now because Myles Garrett is the best pass rusher in the league. He is the best pass rusher in the league. So he's the standard. And I'll be shocked if TJ Watt. I'll be shocked if TJ Watt jumps over Myles Garrett. I'll be shocked. But as it pertains to Mike and his deal, it shouldn't be predicated on no doggone TJ Watt. Shouldn't be predicated anymore on what anybody else is doing. This should all just be down to if they have something in place, get it done, man. I don't care what somebody else is about to make. Cowboy Q, he said a run game and a run stop game will win a Super Bowl. That's it. That's it. Cowboy Q. That's it. Dak is like Troy if he had a number one defense. Standing ovation. Standing ovation. I'm telling you. That's why I said Cowboy Q, they got to give him, if you want to, we could talk about Dak Prescott in Super Bowls, but let's give him what Philly gave Jalen and what the Cowboys gave Troy. Offensive and defensive lines. Boy, you'll beat a lot of teams like that, man. Gregory Davis said, this is my theory on Micah Parsons. I believe that there's a deal. The problem might be the length of the deal. I think it's I don't even think it's the money, Gregory. I don't even think it's the money. I think it might be the length of the deal. I think that Michael's camp wants to try to pull the hey, we want you to get back out there in free agency earlier. Because, we got to think about this. This is more money for them. Somebody said it before. Agents are ruining the game. I agree in a sense. Because we have to realize a part of those deals are taxes. A part of those deals are agent fees. They're also negotiating the best deal for them. They're not fooling me. They're also negotiating the best deal for themselves. So I believe Mulugeta has stepped in, and they're trying to figure out a way, I believe, for Michael to maybe get out of that deal earlier. We're going to see.
Mulugeta is...
He's ruthless. He's ruthless in a good way.
He's well known for getting the deal that his guy wants.
Absolutely.
And the Joneses are well known for hemming and hawing and only being willing to get something done in a timely fashion when it favors them. And that's certainly not the case with Micah Parsons when you look at what he's done over the first 4 years of his career.
Now, let me capitalize on David Hellman here. Does he not realize, though, that's actually what Jerry should be doing? Do we not really, sometimes I think we misunderstand this is a negotiation. David Hellman is almost talking like Jerry is doing something wrong, trying to get a deal that's favorable to the team. Why wouldn't he be trying to get a deal that's favorable to the team? It's the team over Michael Parsons. It's the team over a player. In actuality, every team are trying to get a great player on the cheapest deal that they can. I mean, we can say anything we want to about Jerry Jones. But at the end of the day, if there's any team that you're going to get paid on, especially if you got drafted and you're performing well. You're getting paid on the Dallas Cowboys. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. But again, David Helman act like Jerry doing something. Jerry's not doing anything wrong. Jerry's doing what he's supposed to be doing as far as that goes. I do think he should just try to get it done in a more timely fashion. But Brian Broaddus just said it. David Mulugheta is ruthless. And I said, I think this might even be out of spite. Jerry said he don't even know David Mulugheta. Got a deal done with him. Got a deal done with Michael. So we don't think that made David Mulugheta mad. I think this has a lot to do with David Mulugheta too. Ty Church in the crib, what up? I think this has something to do with David Mulugheta. And David Mulugheta can be saying all day long, Michael, I'm doing this for your best. No. David Mulugheta got an ego. And these agents, they all bully these teams. And a lot of these teams, and we better be careful, because this group that David Mulugheta is a part of, this group is going to wind up, they're going to be a monopoly before it's all said and done. There's a reason why their logo is the Monopoly Man. They are going to be a monopoly because they're going to be representing all the players, or the majority of the great players, before it's over. And if they're going to be representing the majority of the great players, then this game is going to start being ruled by some of these agents. And this is what I said about the Joneses before. You got to be willing. You got to get to a point. You got to get to a point to where somebody you're going to tell no. See, I'm different. I'm telling somebody got to tell somebody no. Because right now the word is out on the Cowboys. Oh, man, they talk all this old big noise and they act like this and they ain't going to do this, and then they're going to turn around and they're going to do exactly what you want them to do. Well, somebody going to say, when Jerry going to say we ain't doing it? We ain't doing it. And I'm telling y'all, Cowboys, and I know they're not going to do it, but the Cowboys are in a very unique position. Let me tell you something. This is not going to be popular. As Angie says sometimes, this is not going to be a popular opinion. And then I'm going to go to Ty Church, something that Ty Church said a couple of days ago. The Cowboys have actually put themselves in a position to where they could actually win without Micah Parsons. Yeah. I know we don't want to think like this, but the Cowboys could actually play without Micah Parsons. See, we think, oh, yeah, the Cowboys got Joe Milton. That goes down, we'll be fine. I got news for you. If Micah Parsons goes down, we'll be better than fine. I'm not believing the hype with Joe Milton. But when I look at the Cowboys, Dante Fowler, Donovan Ezeraku, what we're going to say about Sam Williams later, Nealand, Overshown comes back by Thanksgiving, Peyton Turner. When you look at what the Cowboys have done on the edge, the Cowboys could literally play without Micah Parsons, and I think they would still win. I think they would still get to the quarterback. I think they would still be fine. Better than fine. Micah Parsons makes them that much more dangerous. Don't get me wrong. But I believe the Cowboys could play without Micah Parsons. I do. This wouldn't be like last year, I promise you. It will not be like last year. No. Donovan Ezeraku is going to do damage. Dante Fowler and Donovan Ezeraku will do damage. I promise you, they're going to do damage. And then you throw Sam Williams in there. Sam Williams, if this dude is healthy, I'm going to show you something about Sam Williams. They said a few days ago. I'm just telling you, Sam Williams Sam Williams is in a situation to where he must ball out. Y'all know how these dudes get when they get on them on those contracts like that. I'm just telling us, when they get to them points in their contracts, Sam got a lot to prove. I'm just telling us. Todd Church said David better be careful. He said, Bro G, he better be careful. I agree. The Cowboys can literally play without Micah Parsons even better than they can play without Dak Prescott. See, a lot of people, oh, yeah, they wouldn't have got Joe Milton. So, no, y'all better really pay attention to what the Cowboys did, too. They also fixed it to where they can play without Micah Parsons. They can absolutely, I'm telling you, I know we don't want to hear that language, and I'm not saying I want that. I'm just telling you, though, they can. They can play without Micah Parsons. I don't think we have to worry. I think he's going to get signed. But I would not be worried if he didn't get signed. The only place I'd be worried about it from is from a team chemistry perspective, and the fact that if you're going to sign him anyway, then get this thing worked out and sign him. But in the grand scheme of things, the Cowboys are better prepared to play without Micah than they are prepared to play without Dak. They are better prepared for that. And so I'm just telling us, man, I see exactly where Ty Church is. I see exactly where he is. I mean, somewhere somebody going to have to say no eventually to somebody. Somebody's eventually going to have to say enough is enough, because I'm telling you, this isn't about just the Dallas Cowboys. This is about this game. I mean, these agents are literally going to be running this game in the next 2 to 3 years at the rate that we're going. Don't think that these astronomical prices for these players are the players. These astronomical prices for these players are the agents too. And don't get me wrong, I like people to get paid. But I'm just saying, you can't let agents continue to bend you over the barrel either. Bend you over the barrel, because for all intents and purposes, who doesn't see how differently Micah Parsons is talking? No difference in 30 to 40 million. Don't have to be the highest paid player. To now making the statement of the longer the Cowboys wait, the higher the price goes up. That's crazy talk to me. That's crazy wicked talk to me. And I don't mind Michael being the highest paid, but I just think when you say stuff like what you said, and now you're being a totally different person, boy, that's wicked talk to me. That's wicked talk. Georgie Joy said, man, G, to maybe play without Micah, if anything, it's about optimism. I hear you take clearly, and I don't disagree. Man, I'm just, and again, Georgie George, I don't want to play without Micah. But I'm just saying the Cowboys are prepared. I'm not saying they're prepared, but I am saying they are better prepared. They're prepared to play without Micah Parsons. I'm just telling you. Everybody, Joe, no. The Cowboys did even one better on defense. No, they're absolutely able to play without Micah Parsons. Because, again, you don't replace Micah Parsons with one player. You got to replace him with 2 or 3. You have to replace a Micah Parsons with 2 or 3. And that's exactly what they did. Dante Fowler and Donovan Ezeraku. And I'm telling you, the Cowboys are going to have another problem in another 2 to 3 years. If Donovan Ezeraku continues on the trajectory that he's on, Donovan Ezeraku is going to be the next Micah Parsons on this team. And not only will he be the next Micah Parsons, he will be what I would call the evolved Micah Parsons, because Micah Parsons, strength, power, speed, quickness, all that stuff. But Donovan Ezeraku will do you one better. He's a technician. I'm telling you, He's a technician. Alfredo talked about it before. Either it was him or Louise. Hey, this dude with that karate chop suey stuff. Hey, man, Donovan Ezaraku is a technician. He's going to be a terror. Give him a year. Donovan Ezaraku will be a terror. It's one thing when you got power and strength. It's another thing when you have that and you're a technician. Donovan Ezaraku is a technician. I'm telling you, the Cowboys going to have another problem in 2 to 3 years. And the Cowboys, I hope they get this deal done. But Donovan Ezaraku and Dante Fowler have really put them in a very unique situation. They really have. They really have. Donovan, I mean, doggone it. I mean, how many sacks did Dante Fowler get last year? Mozzie Smith, we believe, will take another step. Oso Digizua will take another step. We're really high up on these coaches. I'm just telling us, man. I don't think it's going to happen. Mr. J, what up? I don't think it's going to happen. But the Cowboys are in a position that if they wanted to draw this out, they could play. They could play without Micah Parsons. They could. They could. Not saying they're going to do it, but they could. Shanice, what's going on? She said we're getting Micah back. Well, let's really clarify our language. We're not getting Micah back because he hadn't went nowhere. We're not getting him back. Micah is already under contract, so we're not even worried about that conversation. But playing without him is absolutely insane. It's not insane. If you don't go into every season with the understanding that you can play without a player, then you don't have the team. Your team isn't ready to compete. Your team, and I'm telling us, and I appreciate your comment, Shanice, your team is not ready to compete for a championship if there is a player on your team that you cannot play without. You're not ready to compete for a championship. You can win some games, but you're not ready to compete for a championship. The only position on your team that you should even ever have that thought about is that we can no longer compete for a championship because our quarterback is out. No other player on your team should have that type of impact. No other player should have that type of impact. No, you should still be able to win without every other player. And if you're really willing and dealing right, you should even be able to play without your quarterback. But most teams, they don't get that luxury. Because I believe that when you get on the level of you can win without your quarterback and you got a backup quarterback, then you probably need to have a top 5 backup in the league, meaning that particular backup could probably be a starter for somewhere else. For example, Sam Darnold. That's why Sam Darnold worked himself into a starting position, because the Minnesota Vikings got Sam Darnold with the understanding that if J.J. McCarthy went down or if J.J. McCarthy wasn't either this, that, or the other, that we were going to still be successful without J.J. McCarthy, and it paid off in spades for Sam Darnold. So your quarterback should be the only one. And if you're wheeling and dealing right again, he shouldn't even be in that type of situation. But quarterbacks are hard to find in this league. They're way harder to find than edge rushers, believe me when I tell you. Randy said with Easy, Overshown, and Parsons, this defense is going to be loaded. It is. It is. It's going to be loaded. Micah Parsons is an absolute great player. He's an absolute lights-out player. I'm just saying, in the grand scheme of things, somebody's going to eventually tell somebody no. Somebody's going to tell somebody no. And that's why I say with this whole thing with the Joneses, if this is not really a negotiation and it's more of a standoff, then it does you no good. Go ahead and sign it. I've been saying this from the beginning. Sign the deal and stop it. It's stupid to even be taking it this far. It's stupid. Micah Parsons is literally, and I've said this before, Micah Parsons has been begging the Cowboys to sign him. He's been begging the Cowboys to sign him. And that's why I say this part is going to be their fault. And again, I got to look at this both ways. I don't even know if it's their fault because I think they want him to be the highest paid. I really think they want him to be the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history because I think the Cowboys likes that kind of stuff. I think they like that kind of stuff. I mean, you think about what they did with Dak Prescott deal. The Dallas Cowboys went above and beyond on Dak Prescott's deal for no reason. They went, what, almost $10 million above the market? Why? Because they wanted to. They liked Dak Prescott and they wanted to. And, of course, Dak Prescott, he doesn't do a lot of this stuff these guys do. Dak Prescott's going to go out there and practice. He's going to do whatever he has to do. He doesn't worry about it. But what's going on, Stephen Campanella? Good to see you. Yes, sir. But, again, I'm just saying this whole issue, because I know what Todd Church is. I know what Todd Church is because Todd Church is saying that the Dallas Cowboys have actually replaced Micah Parsons. And I don't think Todd Church is saying that they've replaced him. But I do think Todd Church is saying is that the Cowboys have just cleverly, whether people realize it or not, the Cowboys have cleverly put themselves in position to play without Micah Parsons. Because, they saw the drop-off. Why do we think the Cowboys let Cooper Rush walk? They saw the drop-off from Dak Prescott to Cooper Rush, even though they tried to say it wasn't. It was a huge drop-off. The Cowboys went and bought, they went and got Joe Milton, got him at a bargain, and they're saying that the athleticism of Joe Milton is better than Cooper Rush. Not better than Dak, but is better than Cooper Rush, and that they'll be in a better position, they believe, with Joe Milton than they were with Cooper Rush. Joe Milton isn't the Dak Prescott replacement, contrary to what some people think. He's not the Dak Prescott replacement. He's the Cooper Rush replacement. They wanted a better backup. And they wanted somebody that, I want you to think about this. Cooper Rush was very limited as a backup. And most backups are going to be limited. That's why they're backups. You're not going to have starting quarterbacks out there as backups. And if they are, they won't be backups very long. Sam Darnold, prime example. So what do? You go and find you a quarterback. Well, okay, we might not can't get somebody in the headspace of Dak Prescott, but where we can capitalize is we get us a quarterback to where the athleticism will make up for what they can't do up here. Because even though Cooper Rush could process it up here, he couldn't translate it on the field. So who cares if you got Cooper Rush? But if you get Joe Milton, even if Joe can't process it up here, Joe is elusive. Joe can make plays down the field because he can throw the ball 100,000 yards, according, if you let Uncle Rico tell it. Joe Milton can do some things athletically that Cooper Rush couldn't do. That if your defense can keep a game close, Joe Milton might be able to make a play. Joe Milton might absolutely be able to make a play for you. And so, Joe Milton, as much as I think Ghostface Gaming, he might not be on here today, Ghostface Gaming says that Cooper Rush is better than Joe Milton. I think Cooper Rush is better than Joe Milton up here. But I would still rather have Joe Milton as my backup quarterback because where Cooper is good up here, Joe Milton runs circles around him athletically. And that's why I would rather have Joe Milton. So the Cowboys upgraded, and so Joe Milton is the Cooper Rush replacement. But as you talk about Micah Parsons, it's a little bit different. You can't replace Micah Parsons with one player. It takes multiple players to replace a player like that. And so the Cowboys, Dante Fowler, Donovan Ezaraku, Sam Williams, is looking like he's going to come back and do something. So again, the Cowboys are in a situation to where if Micah Parsons went down or if he didn't play at the beginning of the season, Cowboys could do it. They could absolutely do it. And it's not an insane take. They could do it. It don't mean we want it to happen. This is the part that people miss. They don't hear the whole conversation. It's not that you want to do it, but you can do it. You can. April Showers, Michael will be signed right before camp. I think so too. I think he'll be signed in the next couple of weeks. But again, might not. Never know. Because the issue is we don't know why he's not being signed. And it seems like, from what all intents and purposes, people are talking about the amount of years. It was about the amount of years. I'm thinking that's the only thing it can be, because I don't think it's about the money. I really don't. I think the Cowboys were already prepared to pay Micah Parsons. Okay, Myles Garrett got 40. Okay, we're going to give you 41. I don't think the Cowboys are tripping on the money. I think it's the years. I think it's the years. T. Foster said you was talking about apologizing to the Joneses. Yeah, I'm still in that camp. I'm still in that camp, T. Foster. And I still say, I don't think, again, I've already said it, I don't think this particular signing is as much about the Joneses as it is about Micah Parsons, and in particular David Mulugeta. I think this is about David Mulugeta. I think David Mulugeta has an issue that the Cowboys, I think David Mulugeta is got an issue with Jerry and Michael making a deal without him. T. Foster, the Joneses let the market go up. I've already made that argument. I keep saying that. This is their fault as it pertains to the market going up, T. Foster. There's no doubt about that. Micah's literally been begging them to sign him since November, and they didn't do it. But I think the other part of this is I think this deal would have been signed because I think Jerry and David Mulugeta came to some kind of agreement. Because even Micah Parsons' own brother alluded to this. They had agreed to a deal, and it was a team-friendly deal. Micah Parsons' brother alluded to this, and I got a strange feeling that Micah Parsons knows a little bit about some of this stuff. And David Mulugeta stepped in, I believe, and said, nah, we're not doing it. Todd Church said if they wanted, they could go get a very good defensive tackle and 2 firsts and seconds for Parsons, but that's a move the Cowboys can do. Now, Todd Church, you got to stop talking like that because you're going to make people mad. You're going to make people mad. But, hey, you know what, Todd Church? You think about this. Now, Todd Church, me and you are probably the only ones in this headspace right here. But I'm going to tell you this. I want the Cowboys to keep Micah Parsons because I think Micah Parsons is a dynamic player. But if you told me, Todd Church, if you told me that you were going to go and get the defensive tackle, I think, from the Detroit Lions, and then some team was going to give you 2 number 2s and 2 number 1s, man, you can tell me anything you want to. Todd Church, I'm rolling. I'm rolling. I'm rolling. I mean, I'm just saying. I'm rolling. If you telling me you're going to get 2 number 2s and 2 number 1s for Micah Parsons, plus you're going to get DJ Turner, I'm rolling. Shoo, I don't care what nobody say. I'm rolling. I'm rolling. It ain't going to happen, Todd Church. But I'm rolling. I'm rolling. I would. I'm rolling with it. But again, somebody's going to have to eventually say no on some of this stuff. Because if not, these agents are going to continue to run the game. They're going to continue to run the game. And that's why I say this thing with Jerry and Micah is a little bit different. Because CD and Micah didn't work no deals out. Dak and Jerry didn't work no deal out. Dak and Jerry didn't work no deal out. But it seems that Micah and Jerry may absolutely, I'm talking about both of them, they may absolutely be the holdup on this from that, because David Mulugeta may absolutely be in his feelings that they did this without him. And now he's saying, no, Michael, we need to do this, that, and the other. Kevin Evans said, I agree. Gee, I also think Michael's contract is about the years. I think it's about the years too. I think it's about the years. I think the Cowboys are saying, hey, we literally want to own you for the rest of your prime. We want 5 years. The Cowboys are saying, we want a safety net. We want a safety net to the point of that not only will we get you for 5 years, and y'all already know, like I told you, you go 5, we know you're not making 5. You're probably not making 5. They'll probably come to you in year 3 for a restructure. Because you know they're going to put the void years in the contract. They're going to come to you about year 3 with a restructure. And they won't even come to you. It's going to be built in. They're going to flip the switch on a restructure. So then they'll come to you again, maybe in that 4th year, and say, okay, this is not going even more like we thought it was going to go. Or in the Cowboys case, think on this. What if Donovan Ezeraku becomes an absolute monster? What if Donovan Ezeraku becomes an absolute monster for the Dallas Cowboys? You got Michael Parsons in the 3rd or the 4th year of his deal. And let's say you got him in the 4th year. Donovan Ezeraku is an absolute monster. By this time, you've also went in. What if Sam Williams is absolute balling? You also go in and you can get you another defensive, get you another edge rusher in the somewhere in between there. You get Michael Parsons to year 4. Maybe you decide you want to trade him in year 5. Maybe you decide you want to trade him in year 5. This is what the Cowboys, I believe, are trying to do. And I think this is what Mulugeta is pushing back and saying, no, shorter years. And I understand what Mulugeta is doing because I've already explained it. Mulugeta, I understand what he's doing because Mulugeta understands that part of the game too. Micah, we need shorter years. David, why do we need shorter years? Because if the Cowboys get tired of you or something doesn't work out, rather than you being 30, 31, or whatever the case may be, man, you'll be 28, 29. And then we can get back out into the market and you can hit the lottery again. You can hit the lottery again. Or if you're outperforming your contract, we can hold out for it. I'm telling you, this is the part, and I think it's the years, and I think that's why it's the years. Because if the Cowboys get him for 5, I'm telling you, they own him. The Cowboys own Michael Parsons if they get him for 5 years. Let me see. Because they already got him on the 5th-year option. So Michael Parsons is 26. Michael Parsons is 26. And that's why I'm telling you, I believe this is a year's thing. I think the Cowboys want probably a 5-year deal because by that time he'll be 31. Cowboys want that 5-year deal because you guarantee that you got him throughout his prime. Because around 31, I'll be honest with you, we've already talked about this. If you're not under contract by the time you're 30 years old, if you're not under contract by the time you're 30 years old, quarterback, only exception to this rule. If you're not under contract by 30 years old, you get no more contracts. They're only mercenary contracts from that point out. They're only mercenary contracts from that point out. The biggest contract you'll be able to get beyond 31 years old is 2 years. And most of those deals that are 2 years, they're 1 years. You're mercenary. That's all you are after 31. You're mercenary unless you're a quarterback. Quarterbacks, 31, that's young for them. They can steal up until about what, 38-ish? They can still get multiple year deals. Multiple year deals into 38 and 39. No other position is doing that. If you're a defensive end and you're not in a contract at 31 years of age, you're not getting long deals. You're just not. You're not. No team's going to give you long deals. And the teams that are probably going to give you the long deals, you're not going to want to play for them. You're not going to want to play for them. And I'm telling you, I think this is where the Cowboys are. I think this is where the Cowboys are. I think they want to keep him for 5 years so they can have him until he's 31. So that when you get to the 4th year, he's 30 years old. If he falls off a cliff, something ain't working out, you can trade him, whatever you want to do, you can get rid of it. But if you get him on a 4-year deal and he balling out and he 28, 29 years of age, he can hold out on you and you're going to have to give him another extension. This is what happens. You think about it. Zach Martin kind of did the Cowboys like this while he was what? Under contract. What did Zach Martin do? Zach Martin basically held out for a retirement. That's what Zach Martin did to the Cowboys. Zach Martin held out for a doggone retirement. Because that's exactly what he got from the Cowboys. So I'm telling you, this is where the Cowboys is. This is where the Cowboys are with this deal. April Showers, he said, T. Foster, G has us fantasy trading tonight. No, we're not trading Micah Parsons. I'm just telling us the scenarios of kind of where we are. I don't think none of this is going to happen because I think Micah Parsons gets extended. And again, he's already got a deal. I think he gets extended. But I'm just saying, don't think the Cowboys can't play without Micah Parsons because they can. They can. They've already set themselves up to be able to play without him this year because last year they figured out, hey, man, hold on, we couldn't play without Micah Parsons. This year they can. They can absolutely play without Micah Parsons. They can. Troy Dudley said, bet you could play Micah in a joker-type position with limited snaps, keeping him fresh, and get 2 to 4 sacks a game. Troy Dudley, you're exactly right. The Cowboys have actually put themselves into position to where they're going to be able to move Micah Parsons anywhere they want to. I'm really interested to see how they play him this year because I got a strange feeling he's not going to be playing edge all the time. I don't think he's going to be playing edge all the time. I think they have fixed it to where they can play him in multiple places. Multiple places. Poobie D said, yeah, don't go against your agent. That's like going against your union at work. And see, I think this is where Mulugeta is, Poobie D, because that's exactly what Micah did when he was doing all that dumb stuff last year. And I was saying he never should have been doing that dumb stuff. Ty Church said 5 years not bad. D-Law kept getting new deals. Ty Church. And see, that 5-year thing, it puts it into the situation to where the Cowboys get to make those choices rather than the player making those choices. But Ty Church, you saw what D-Law wound up doing to the Cowboys at the end. I believe the Cowboys kept him 1 year too long. I think the Cowboys kept D-Law 1 year too long. And he saw the writing on the wall, he did him in. He did him in. But I think, see, a lot of these agents, they're going for short deals. A lot of these agents are doing this. They're going for shorter deals. That's the new thing. They're going for the shorter deals. That's what they're all doing. They're going for the shorter deals. They go for the shorter deals so they can get from up under them. Ty Church said, like Diggs. Now, Ty Church, let's think about the situation that Ty Diggs is in. What is everybody talking about? Cowboys all about to cut Trayvon Diggs. Yeah. Yeah, because you basically get to control them with the longer deals. Injury, they're not playing good. You got a player that's outperforming their deal. You want to get rid of them. You control them. You get to trade them. You can do whatever you want to do with them. I think the Cowboys are trying to get this longer deal on him. I do. I think they're trying to give him the longer deal, and I don't think they want the long deal. Poobie D, give him 5 years. He would be fine with that, with $41 million a year. I don't think he wants the 5-year deal. I think now, remember, Michael said he wanted to retire a Cowboy. I think Mulugeta is going for the short. If I'm not mistaken, I'm hearing that it's Mulugeta going for the shorter years. I think he's going for the shorter years. Yeah, Ty Church, he said, I think, G, you was right. He will be D-Law, keep getting contracts. See, the Cowboys want to be able to control all that. They want to be able to control all that. But you get them shorter deals, boy, if you're a player and you're really good, hey, you can control the team. You can control the team if you're really good and you get them shorter deals because you get to hold out that 3rd year if you want to. Or you can hold out that 4th year if you want to. You're still in your prime. But once they get you over that 31 years of age, nah, you done. You done once they get you over that 30 years, man. I'm just telling you. T. Foster, he said, gee, you sound like the Joneses philosophy has resulted in championships the last 30 years. It hasn't. It hasn't. And they're doing things different this year, T. Foster. So I'm glad at what the Cowboys are doing differently. I just think the Micah Parsons thing, I don't think it's quite the same as what they've been doing. I think this all boils down to Jerry and Micah had an agreement. And Micah put Jerry under the impression that they could do a deal without Mulugeta. Micah did that. Michael did that by the meetings he had with Jerry without his agent, and we know he was meeting with Jerry without his agent. Michael Parsons was full well meeting with Jerry Jones without his agent. Not only was he meeting with Jerry Jones talking about his contract without his agent, he had Stephen Jones' phone number. He was saying all of this stuff. He was saying, I don't have to be the highest paid. I don't see a difference between $30 and $40 million. I want to be a Cowboy for life. Who said that? Michael Parsons. David Mulugheta may be mad at me for what I'm saying. Michael Parsons said that. It's like we're looking at two different people now. And I think we are looking at two different people. I think we're looking at somebody who's matured and realized I shouldn't have been saying those things. And I'm all for it. Bro, get your money, man. Get your money. Your talent dictates what you're paid. I have no problem with Michael Parsons getting paid. I say get your money, because just like I said before, just like they can cut you early and don't give you all your money, then you better make sure you get all the money you can. So I'm not tripping on the money. I'm just tripping on the fact of, if you're going to do it, do it. Just do it. There's no point in keeping on doing without you doing whatever you're doing. Just do it. But this is, I do believe this is something to do with the agent. I do. I think it's something to do with the agent. No doubt about it. I think this is where this is all going. Ty Church said, I got Parsons 70% edges. Yeah. I'm thinking somewhere around there too. Ty Church, I don't think he's going to play the edge all the time. I'm with you. I don't think he's going to play the edge all the time. I think the Cowboys are going to move him around. Randy McIntyre, he said, we kept Martin 1 year too long. Yeah, and see, I think the Cowboys, and again, we're talking about the Cowboys. They're going to take care of players, man. They just are. It is. They're going to take care of players. They're going to take care of their players. They are. They're going to take care of them. They just need to go ahead. They just need to go ahead and get the deal done. Just get the deal done, man. It doesn't make sense to, if you know that this is not a negotiation, just go ahead and get the deal done. Yeah, you're talking about the 90s Cowboys. Yeah, they were crazy. And Cowboys have got to get this team to that point too. They really do have to keep working on the offensive line and not be afraid to shuffle it around. But again, you know, David Hellman is we pick back up on David Hellman. You know, he's saying this like Jerry and these guys are not supposed to be doing this. They're supposed to be doing it.
How do they change this path then, David? Do they play hardball with Michael Parsons? How do they change the direction of this?
They'll probably do what they always do, Brian. They'll wait until we're a few weeks into training camp, and Michael will wind up getting the deal that he wants, and we'll just get ready to do this all over again. Like, I don't.
Brian Broaddus is saying the same thing I'm saying in a sense. He's saying the same thing. David Mulugheta is ruthless. He's ruthless. And I think he took it up a notch. I think David Mulugheta took it up a notch simply because Jerry worked out a deal with Michael without him. I think he's turned it up a notch. And that's why Brian is saying, how do you stop David Mulugheta? And Hellman, he's saying it without saying it. He don't have the answer. Now, some of y'all don't like what I'm saying. I'm telling you the answer. Just because I'm telling you the answer don't mean the Cowboys are going to do it. Don't get mad because I'm telling you the answer. The answer is simple, but they're not going to do it. The only way you stop these David Mulughetas, the only way you stop them is somewhere you're going to have to say no. I'm saying no and we're sticking to it. It's the only way you stop them. Because what they're doing presently with Michael Parsons and Brian Broaddus is asking the question. I'm just answering it better than David Hellman because David Hellman works for Fox Sports and he don't want the smoke of saying what I just said and what Ty Church is saying and what some of you are agreeing on. David Hellman don't want the smoke of saying play without Michael. He don't want that type of smoke. He works for somebody. Because at the end of the day, if it's not a negotiation, that's why I keep saying this. If it's not a negotiation, just go ahead and sign it then. Because that's what Brian is asking. So how do you stop this? How do you stop what's going on? Until somebody says no, you can't stop it. You can't stop it. And the other danger of what we have going on is this. That once we let an agency like this start representing all the players in the NFL or all the great players in the NFL, let me tell you the danger. You won't even be able to negotiate rookie contracts. You won't even be able to negotiate rookie contracts before it's all said and done. Because these guys will have so much of a monopoly, so much power, that they're going to hold it over your head to the effect in the future of, if you don't extend this player or if you don't sign this player, then we're not going to do this with this player. This is where some of this stuff is going. I'm just telling you. And that's what Brian Broaddus is asking. How do you stop it? Because Brian Broaddus just pushed back on all of y'all who are saying what I'm saying doesn't make sense or whatever the case may be. No, Brian Broaddus just pushed back on that. So what if I told you the Joneses have actually already talked to the agent of Micah Parsons and now he won't call the Joneses back? Brian Broaddus is saying, so what do you do then? Now, let me tell you about Brian Broaddus. Me and the ghost of Mike McCarthy, we've been talking about this. This dude, Brian Broaddus, it sounds like he really got somebody on the inside. It sounds like Brian got somebody on the inside. Because Brian has been saying some things that's kind of making you go, So why would Brian say, what if I told you? The Joneses have already talked to David Mulugeta. Is that a hypothetical question? That didn't sound like a hypothetical question to me. That sounded like a pushback on David Hellman to say, you're saying that this is the Joneses issue, but what if I told you? He's saying exactly what I'm saying. This is David Mulugeta. This is David Mulugeta. I'm telling you, it's David Mulugeta. And you could tell by the way that Michael was talking in his press conference. David Mulugeta is a friend. I listen to David Mulugeta. David Mulugeta is taking care of me. It's amazing because he wasn't talking like that before. Just telling you, if you listen, you can tell what people are saying. USMC, stop saying this. You're going to make people mad. Appreciate that super chat. USMC, I'm just saying, man. People get mad when you present scenarios of if you spoke them into existence. In fact, I'm just saying, USMC said answer is trade Parsons. He's more of a problem than talent. Y'all can get mad at USMC if you want to. I'm just saying. Somewhere, somebody going to have to say no. And if the Cowboys aren't going to say no, then it's a waste of time what they're doing. Stop wasting your time, Jerry. Just go ahead and sign it. Randy McIntyre. Randy McIntyre. Yep. It's going to be a problem. It is going to be a problem also with Tyler Smith. This is why when I hear people talking about all this money that the Cowboys have, you got to understand something, Cowboys fans. Micah Parsons will free up cap space this year. But the Cowboys have a problem. Deron Bland, Ty Smith, Brandon Aubrey. They got a problem. And Tyler Smith is hands down the best offensive lineman on the Dallas Cowboys. Ty Smith is hands down the best offensive lineman on the Dallas Cowboys. And I'm telling you, we've already mentioned this before. I would not be surprised if the Dallas Cowboys move Tyler Smith to left tackle or Tyler Guyton in training camp shows that he can't handle it. And don't you worry, Tyler Guyton ain't going nowhere. I think they move Tyler Guyton to the right side of the line, and then they're going to save even more cap space with something with Terrence Steele. But Tyler Smith is absolutely the best offensive lineman on this team. And this dude is about to break the bank. Tyler Smith is one of the best offensive linemen in the league. Cowboys got another problem. Cowboys got another problem. And so that's why when I hear people talking about all this cap money that Cowboys have, man, y'all better start paying attention. There is no separate cap for the players you have to sign and the players you want to sign. There is no separate cap. The Cowboys have got to figure out all of this stuff over the next 2 to 3 seasons. And they got to figure it out quick because the Cowboys are trying to get a championship while Dak Prescott's quarterback. So they got to do this stuff quick. They have to figure out all this stuff quick. But again, this is why Brian Broaddus is even pushing back on David Hellman because, I mean, we can say this is Jerry Jones' fault. But Brian Broaddus is pushing back and saying, nah, this isn't all Jerry Jones' fault. And I'm saying the same thing. He's saying this isn't all Jerry Jones' fault. Some of it is. I'm 100% saying Jerry made a mistake. Michael has been begging Jerry to sign him since November. They should have got the deal done when he said I'd play. I would have called him the next day when he said there's no difference between 30 and 40 million. I would have called Michael Parsons the next day. I'd have called his agents the next day, and we would have got that deal done. I definitely would have got that deal done because Michael couldn't justify being paid more than Nick Bosa. Not at that point he couldn't. He could not justify being paid more than Nick Bosa. It wasn't until Max Crosby leapfrogged Nick Bosa that all the who's the best edge rusher stuff went out the window. It was no longer a conversation after that. And the more people that have gotten signed, they have made it less and less of an argument that you get paid by being the best edge rusher. Nope, all that went out the window. Now, Myles Garrett, reset it, because Myles Garrett, I believe, is the best edge rusher in the game. But now, and I say we're in danger, I'm not sure that T.J. Watt and Hendrickson are going to jump Myles Garrett. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that. But if they do, here we go again. It's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse. And so the Cowboys have got to. It is what it is. But Brian Broaddus is saying something. He's saying you can't. What do you do? What are the Joneses supposed to do if they've already talked to him?
I don't have a good answer for you other than.
Yeah, you hear what Hellman said? He don't have an answer. Yeah, because he's saying, yeah, I'm giving you some inside information. The Joneses have reached out to David Mulligetta.
Like I said, we got a pretty long history going back here, and the only time this stuff gets done in non-frustrating fashion is when the player in question is willing to take either a lot less than market value or a little bit less. I mean, we saw Trayvon Diggs slotted in. I think when he signed his deal,
yeah, sure did.
He was like fourth best. You know, obviously the famous one is Tyron Smith. I mean, he locked himself down for a decade, which you could easily argue that you know, from a business perspective, was not the best move he could have made. So, this stuff gets done in non-frustrating fashion when guys are willing to do that. And if they're not, then it plays out to its frustrating conclusion with the Cowboys ultimately giving the guy the deal that he wants. Now,
and that's the point I keep making. If it's not a negotiation, Cowboys sign the deal. It's pointless. It is pointless to continue on this route. It's pointless to continue. Sign the deal. Sign the deal. It doesn't make sense to keep fooling around.
Why does it need to go until August or maybe even September? I couldn't tell you. I mean, I think there's two guys that can answer that question.
What are your thoughts about the Brian Schottenheimer, the energy, the culture change, all the players are talking about? It's fun to play football again. I was pessimistic, Dave, but I'm starting to kind of buy into what Schotty's building here a little bit.
Now, let me pause for a second here. You know, we've been talking about all of the energy and all of these things, and we are excited about all of these things, and we should be. We absolutely should be excited about these things. But I want us to understand something too. I've been noticing around the NFL, if y'all have not been paying attention, have y'all noticed that other teams are doing this stuff too? Other teams are doing this stuff too. Other teams are out here. You know, I saw in the Commanders camp, they're out there dancing. I saw this morning, I saw the Miami Dolphins. They're out there on the slip and slide. I mean, everybody's trying to do these team, and all these things are their team building, their team building things. Their team building activities. So many teams are doing this stuff. So we're going to find out something sooner than later. Is all of this stuff making a difference? And I do believe it's all making a difference. And I'm interested to hear what David Hellman says. But I'm noticing y'all just pay attention out there. Because I know sometimes we kind of tunnel vision ourselves only to Cowboy stuff, because that's how I was before I started doing content creating. But I'm noticing other teams are doing this too. Other teams are doing all this team building stuff that we're all excited about. All these other teams are doing this stuff too. So in the grand scheme of things, Shotty isn't doing anything necessarily new. But what I think where it's helping the Cowboys is that it's such a stark contrast compared to what Mike McCarthy was doing. And I think that's kind of where everybody is. But understand, a lot of these other teams are doing this too. And I caught on to this today. So this thing with the energy that we've all been so happy about and all of these things, and I love everything Brian's doing. I'm sold on Brian Schottenheimer. But the true test is when they hit the field. The true test is when they hit the field and when we see some pads crack-a-lacking.
Fun. I said this on Twitter last week. I mean, it is fun. And you know, I don't know Brian Schottenheimer personally. I left Dallas before he got hired. But he seems like a really fun guy. I've enjoyed his press conferences. His approach is refreshing. You know, I do think it's interesting that, again, Micah Parsons is in a contract dispute, and he still showed up to minicamp, and he also went on the record and said he plans to be in Oxnard. I don't know if you can give all of the credit to Brian Schottenheimer, but it's a departure from what we've been used to. It's different than what things were like with Mike McCarthy. Now, having said that, I roll my eyes a little bit because I roll my eyes at the idea of a complete culture change, because culture comes from the top, and the top of the Cowboys organization is never going to completely change. I mean, Jason Garrett, for all of his faults, had a strong, persistent message in his football culture. And in a lot of ways, it worked. Like building the team that he wanted, he had a lot of success doing that. And he was consistently undermined by Jerry and Stephen Jones. And you could say the same thing about Mike McCarthy. You know, Mike McCarthy came in and very quickly had to adapt to working for a front office that was a lot more involved than what he was used to in Green Bay. So I like Shotty. It definitely feels like the vibes are high around the team right now. And I definitely think that can pay dividends, but I think we gotta pump the brakes a little bit when we're talking about a culture change. I think that's or at least a complete culture change. I think that's a step or two too far.
Now, Let me say this, and I'm going to go to USMC. People have to understand something about a culture change. It takes time to do what the Cowboys are trying to do. And that's why I keep saying the Cowboys are not all the way there yet. Because this culture change, it also comes with new players. You have to test it out because we haven't tested it out yet, guys. Our culture has not been tested yet. Our culture has not been tested. And that's why he's saying it's not a complete, and I don't know why he's saying it, but I would say that it's not a complete culture change. It's not a complete culture change until we see it being tested. See, Troy Aikman said something that, man, I got to go back, and I'm gonna do another video on this. I got to go back because I'm noticing how a lot of these other teams, again, they're doing a lot of the team building stuff the Cowboys are doing. They're out here going bowling. I mean, you name it, they're doing it. Everybody's doing team building stuff. So again, Brian Schottenheimer actually isn't doing anything new. It's new around here is what it is. So we love it, but it's not new. But until it's tested with a loss, and I'm not talking about the Philadelphia loss. If we lose the opening game, because I just feel like we can't lose that game. If we win or lose, it's a great gauge for us to continue on and say, okay, this is where we are. This is where we need to build from. This is where, so now we can see, okay, this kind of worked, this didn't work, and then we'll see what we look like for the next 5 or 6 games. But this culture, to me, isn't going to be tested until you get into a situation to where you lose. Let's say you lose 2 in a row. What if you lose 2 in a row? What if you lose to the New York Giants at home? We're not going to know what this culture truly is until it gets tested in ways to where it gets stretched and challenged. And right now, the one challenge that we have for the culture, it is Micah Parsons' contract. Now, David Hellman, I want you to hear what he's doing. David Hellman is hedging his bets. He said that the front office will never do a complete culture change. So let me translate what he's saying. They have done some things different. And no one can deny the Joneses are doing some things different. All these other deals they have gotten done. It is the deal with Micah Parsons. I think we're a little bit surprised that it hasn't already been done. And I think the deal is done. I think Todd Church said he thinks the deal is done. I think it's done too. If there's anything going to be changed, it'll be the number of years. It's either going to be changed or it's not, but I think the deal is pretty much done. I'm not going to be surprised that the deal is done before Oxnard, California, but I'm also preparing myself that the deal might not be done in Oxnard, California. And even when we think about Micah Parsons, I want y'all to think about what we're saying about Micah Parsons. We're giving Micah Parsons credit for doing what Dak Prescott has been doing his whole career. We're giving Micah Parsons credit for doing what Dak has done his whole career. Dak hasn't held out. He comes to everything voluntary, in contract years. He's done it for years. And we're giving Micah Parsons credit because he hasn't done it. I don't think he's done the voluntary even under contract. But we're giving him credit for this. See, David Hellman, you got to catch what he's doing. He understands he doesn't want to be at odds with the Dallas Cowboys fan base. Because you can't turn your eye to the Joneses or roll your eyes to the Joneses while not rolling your eye to Micah Parsons. This, what we're watching with Micah Parsons, and I don't have a problem with it, but it's being coerced out of him. It's being coerced out of him by Brian Schottenheimer or whoever. It's being coerced out of him because he's being told, hey, you want to be a leader. These are the things that you do. There's a reason why they put his locker by Dak Prescott, y'all. There's a reason. We're guiding Micah Parsons, and not we, but they're guiding him through being a leader. Schottenheimer is guiding him through the process. I'm glad he's listening, but he's being guided through the process. Because at the end of the day, some of this absolutely is Micah Parsons' fault. He shouldn't have been saying some of the things he was saying in the court of public opinion, and I don't want him to start doing it again. It's a part of what we're going to talk about later, which we probably won't get to, but it's, I don't want him to be doing that. I don't want him to be doing that because it's some of the same things that has torn this team down in the past. Trying to negotiate deals out there in the court of public opinion. This has not been the same Jerry Jones. Jerry's been very quiet on this contract. He hasn't been doing some of the things that he's done in the past, bashing and making, underhanded comments. He's been pretty much quiet. So, Micah, you're going to get paid. So how about you just keep this thing between you and Jerry. Y'all keep this close to the vest. Y'all go ahead and get it done. But David Hellman at the same time. David Hellman is basically saying the same thing. Man, he can't even answer this his own self. He can't answer this stuff. Because it really doesn't make sense in the grand scheme of things. He doesn't know why. Let me read a USMC super chat. Appreciate you. USMC, I done told you, you're gonna get some people mad at you. USMC said, you have to think at this time, is Parsons really worth the money considering what he does versus getting other players that can play multiple positions at a cheaper price? Yep. Now, I don't think Jerry's going to do it. But boy, wouldn't it be crazy if Jerry went into the season without a contract? I mean, it would be crazy. I don't think he's going to do it. It would be absolutely crazy. But I don't know. David is really asking a great question because how do you stop these David Mulugetas? How do you stop them? I mean, if you're not going to do anything again, how do you stop them? I don't know. I'm just telling us. Randy McIntyre, appreciate that $1.99 super chat. Yeah. Tyler Smith, Cooper Beebe, Tyler Booker. Yeah. Hey, we got 3 of them we know. We got 3 of them right now we know. We ain't worried. Unfortunately, Randy, see, I call that the triangle. Our triangle is great. Our triangle is great. Cooper Beebe, Tyler Booker, Tyler Smith. Our question, unfortunately, is our tackles on both sides of the ball. Our tackles. Oso Digizua, we're not as concerned with Oso Digizua. But we are concerned about our run game, and we're putting all that on the one tech. That's all we keep talking about is one tech. But Osa needs to make a step in his run stopping, though. He can be a better run stopper, too. They're not just running straight over Mozzie. Brian Broaddus already showed us where the Cowboys got ate up was 60% on the edges. We got an undersized edge rusher on one side. So what are we talking about? We really got to get that. We got to really get those tackles figured out and see where those tackles are. We do. My man, Skeptical Fan, he said it's taking 30 years for a culture change. Yeah. Yeah. And Skeptical Fan. And this is one of the reasons why I was all for this thing with the all for this thing with the Eagles. I think it was the Eagles. I think it was the Eagles with Kellen Moore being their offense coordinator and Dan Quinn being the coach for the Washington Commanders. They both made it to the NFC Championship game. The Eagles went on and won the Super Bowl. I think that was one of the things that really lit a fire up under them. I do. I think it really lit a fire up under them. I do. I think it lit a fire up under them. Hellman is off. Yeah, Green Bay doesn't have an owner, and their front office is staffed by executives that have been there for years, getting by promoted along the way. They're very involved with football operations. Yeah, I think he's off on that too. I noticed that too. I think he's off on that too. Kevin Howard, what up with you? Yeah, I think he's way off on that. Way off on that. All right.
Dave Hellman, NFL on Fox, with us here in the nation. Would a Von Miller or Jair Alexander addition warm up your football heart?
Von Miller, not really. Like at his age, with his injury history, not really. And honestly, between, people think I'm so negative. Like between what they did with Dante Fowler and then drafting Donovan Ezeraku, like I feel pretty good about the edge rushers on the Cowboys roster. So that doesn't do a whole lot for me. Jair Alexander, I think it's at least worth kicking the tires. I mean, obviously, people are going to say he hasn't played more than 7 or 8 games most of the last 4 years. And that's what's going to make his contract interesting, right? Like, I'm guessing this guy is going to get an incentive-heavy deal, like, a 1-year deal that's probably worth, like, 10 or 12 million, and then incentives on top of that can make him much more higher paid if he's available.
So why do we want him?
I think that's worth it if you're the Cowboys. I mean, we don't know what to expect from Trayvon Diggs. Obviously, the rookie, Ravel.
Now, I want you to hear David Hellman. David Hellman is saying, we don't know what we have is. So can David Hellman explain to me, how in the world does he know what Jair Alexander is? He just said this guy hasn't played more than 7 or 8 games the last 2 seasons. So you're telling me that we're going to give him a $10 to $12 million deal, incentive laden to push it somewhere even above $15 million. Do what? That's literal insanity, David Hellman. You just said you don't know what the Cowboys are going to be, what the players we have are going to be. So you're saying that you know what Jair Alexander is going to be if we go off his last 2 years. We do know what he's going to be. So we're going to give him a $10 to $12 million incentive-laden deal on what he could be? Man, miss me. That's crazy talk. It's crazy talk. I don't understand it. It's crazy talk. Goes to Mike McCarthy. You made a very interesting comment here about this. I think they're wanting it to match or be higher than TJ gets from Pitt. You're talking about the guaranteed. Now, goes to Mike McCarthy. If I talked about this last year. Boy, if you look at TJ Watt's contract, I still think TJ Watt had the better contract of everybody because TJ Watt's guaranteed money was insanity. TJ Watt guaranteed money was crazy. And I've already said, goes to Mike McCarthy, if I was doing contracts, where I would be focused is guaranteed money. I wouldn't care anything about them inflated $300 million. I don't care about that because you're not getting that. What's the guarantees? Give me guaranteed money. That's all I care about. That's all I care about. You can put any label on anything else to anybody you want to. All I'm concerned about is my guaranteed money. Because my guaranteed money, that's the money I'm getting for real. That's the money I'm getting for real. It's the only thing that matters to me. Just give me the guaranteed money. USMC, he says signing Parsons for just playing edge and his personality will be the biggest mistake this team makes. He's not a true leader. He's not Ware Haley. Ooh, USMC. USMC, I'm going to tell you what I learned. We have some people in this fan base, they love Micah Parsons. They love Micah Parsons, and they have every reason of why Michael Parsons has not been an impact in the playoffs and all these different things. They love Michael Parsons, and if you start talking like that, they get upset. You're entitled to your opinion. I'm not mad at you. I'm telling you. Jigga Man, what up? He said, happy Father's Day to all my brothers out there taking care of their kids. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm just telling us. Ghost Mike McCarthy. Is this not crazy what this man is saying about Jair Alexander? Ghost Mike McCarthy said nobody knows what Jair is. That's why Green Bay couldn't find any trade partners to make a deal with. This dude just said to give this man 10 to 12. That's insanity. That is insanity. Basil DeBose. He said David Hellman doesn't know what he's talking about, and why did he want to listen to him? He's just a fan like everyone else who just gives an opinion. He's not even a good writer. He ain't got no inside info. Hey, Basil, I think that's one of the reasons why Brian Broaddus hit him with that, what if I told you? Yeah, Brian is on the inside now. Brian Broaddus has somebody inside the Cowboys locker room. I mean, not the locker room. He got somebody in the front office. This dude got somebody in the front office, y'all. He has somebody in the front office for sure. And that's why he hit him the way he did. Look at him, my man Robert M. What's up? Robert M. 31. Look at this. Robert M. with a $100 super chat. My man, appreciate you. My man. Hey, man, we putting whatever you contribute, we put it into the studio. You can see how dark it looks back there, man. We got everything going blue and more improvements. But, man, I appreciate you, Robert M. Robert M. 31, $100 super chat. He said, I'm late to the party, G. He said, appreciate the hard work and sensibility. Thanks for all your time and effort. Rome wasn't built in a day. Appreciate you. And Robert M., that's one of the issues I'm talking about. See, David Hellman is trying to really hedge his bets. See, David Hellman is on TV, and some of these guys, they can't take a lot of the pressure. And that's why he's saying, the Cowboys won't ever totally change. Well, again, it takes longer than a season to change a culture. That culture must be tested. You don't know if the culture is truly changed until it's tested. And we're going to see whether or not it's changed when the rubber meets the road and we get this thing in the training camp and then we get it out here, we get it on the field. And we start meeting some adversity for sure. We got to meet some adversity for sure. Listen, brought in my buddy. He said, where you get it? He said, where you get it? Hey, man. Hey, I appreciate my man Robert M. For sure. All right, let's listen to the rest of David Hellman. Basil said this man don't even know nothing about football. Let's go. Let's check him out a little bit more.
Not sure what to expect from a timeline perspective there. So I think cornerback is a huge issue, at least for the first 5-6 weeks of the season, if not the entire year. So if you could get something like that done, like some sort of very incentive-based deal for Jair Alexander, I think it would be a great idea.
David Hellman with us here in the G-Bag Nation.
David Hellman is tripping. If you tell me that you're going to put him on a league minimum, okay, let me not insult him like that. Okay, what if we put him on a $3 or $4 million deal? And then you give him incentives up to like $8 million. But I'll be honest with you. Why would I sign Jair Alexander when I got Trayvon Diggs? I'm rolling with Kyer Elam. I'm telling y'all, I believe Kyer Elam is going to be so much better than people think he is. I think Kyer Elam is going to be so much better. Kyer Elam is going to be a big player on this team. I think he's going to do major damage. Kyer Elam is going to play himself into a contract, either on this team or another one. Kyer Elam is going to play well. For sure, he is going to play well. Savon Revel Jr. should hit the Cowboys. He should be on the field by the first game of the season. They still have Kalen Carson. They have Deron Bland. And I believe and I do think also Stephon Gilmore is probably going to be a possibility for the Cowboys bringing in. I still have heard some whispers about Jalen Ramsey. I just don't believe they're going to do it. They could even bring Asante Samuel in. And that's not including anything else that could happen. Skeptical fan, I think it's Gilly. I think it's Gilly. I think it's Gilmore. I think the Cowboys are going to go get Gilmore. If Gilmore's still out there, the Cowboys are probably going to go get Gilmore. For sure. All right, let's finish this thing with Hellman and see if we can get a couple more of these things in. I may have to skip over Watkins. We'll see. See if we can, because I want to get to some of these other things about these surprise breakouts, overhyped. And we've really kind of talked about Michael Parsons and this edge thing. But I think I'm going to, after we get done with Hellman, I think I'm going to show you what I was going to show you around the Michael Parsons thing since we've already talked about it ad nauseum.
Everyone's okay if I segue away from the Cowboys for a second. I want to ask you about the state of college football right now. Big-time LSU fan. We got a lot of changes across the board.
All right, looks like he's starting to talk to him about something else. All right, let me show you something else that I found. I should have gave the person who I found this from, I should have gave him credit. They posted it. It's Pro Football Focus. Pro Football Focus, when they put together some of their charts, I think they're second to none. But I think also when Pro Football Focus starts talking some of the player ratings and rankings, that's where me and Pro Football Focus kind of start falling apart. I don't know what's going on with Pro Football Focus. All right, let me show you something that I put together here. Since we've been talking about this thing with the edge rushers, we're going to hit this so that way we'll go ahead and get the Micah and the edge rusher discussion off of the board. So let's skip down here just for a moment.
Yes! Here we go!
So somebody posted the top edge rushers in the game from Pro Football Focus. And I figured it would be very interesting to look at this little chart that they put together. And this right here, if you can see it, edge pass rusher impact score and disruption rate last 3 seasons per Football Focus data. And so, when you look at the best edge rushers in the game, Myles Garrett is the best edge rusher in the game, bar none. It says Michael Parsons is second, Nick Bosa is third, Trey Hendrickson is fourth, and Aiden Hutchinson is fifth. And Aiden Hutchinson missed practically, 60% of a season. You got Josh Hines, Daniel Hunter, Greg Rousseau, Max Crosby, Khalil Mack, TJ Watt, Alex Highsmith, Brian Burns, and Andrew Van Ginkel. And I think this is one of the places that the Cowboys made a mistake. See, Nick Bosa was at number 1 as far as the pay and things of that nature. And when they let Max Crosby, who is really nowhere close to me is in edge rushers to Nick Bosa, when he hopped over Nick Bosa, that's when this thing went off the rails to me. Myles Garrett being paid more than Nick Bosa wasn't a surprise to most people. And then even with Daniel Hunter's extension, it was a pretty big extension. So now that we're continuing to let these people hop over Nick Bosa, it threw the argument out the window about the performance per se as it is about getting paid. But Michael Parsons is right up here at the top with this thing as far as edge rushers, and he's at number 2. Now, this is over the last 3 seasons. And so it says here, impact score, Myles Garrett is 705, Michael Parsons is 756, Nick Bosa is 797. Impact percentage rate, and where they get this from is they take this all the way down to the end. So when you think about some of these categories that they have, Michael Parsons, I would still say that Myles Garrett would be number 1 and Nick Bosa might be number 2, just depending upon what it is that you're looking for. But I understand where they got this from, because if you look at the end, Michael Parsons beats out Nick Bosa by 1 point. Myles Garrett is 94. Michael Parsons is 92. Nick Bosa is 91. And Trey Hendrickson is 90. Let me tell you something. Trey Hendrickson in the pass rush game is insanity. This dude is insanity in the pass rush game. Let me read this, and then I'm going to hit Super Chat in a couple of comments. But it says here, for example, disruption rate, Myles Garrett, 26%. Michael and Nick Bosa, both 24%. Total run defensive snaps, Michael has the most, 1,011, 951 and 890 respectively for the other two. Total pass rush snaps, 1,489. Michael Parsons, 1,536. Nick Bosa with a whopping 1,709. Max Crosby down here with a 1,769. Daniel Hunter was 1,779. That is crazy work. Boy, that's crazy work right there, man. You got stops. Nick Bosa, 123 stops, tackles for loss. And this is why I say Nick Bosa, to me, just really pulls ahead of these guys. I'm just telling you, I've said this before. We've seen Nick Bosa do these things on the biggest stages. We haven't seen Myles Garrett and Michael Parsons do what Nick Bosa has done on the biggest stages. I mean, tackles for loss, Nick Bosa leads with 26. Stops, he leads 123. Forced fumbles, he has 5. Myles Garrett has 9. Michael has 6. Passes batted, Myles Garrett 7. Michael 5. Nick Bosa 3. Nick Bosa has an interception. Total pass rush wins. Nick Bosa, Myles Garrett leads in total pass rush wins, 339, 335 for Nick Bosa, and 306 for Michael Parsons. Now, as you start going further down this list, it is blatantly obvious that Myles Garrett, Michael Parsons, Nick Bosa, and Trey Hendrickson, they separate themselves from everybody else. I think Aiden Hutchinson is going to have his career slowed up a little bit. We'll see what happens as he comes back from the broken leg. But I think that kind of took him out of a lot. I mean, that 1 year, this year really, 2024 really set him back. But in the grand scheme of things, Myles, Michael, Nick Bosa, and Trey Hendrickson are the top of the bunch. And I am going to be I really want to see what TJ Watt gets as far as the Pittsburgh Steelers. How exactly do they extend him? I'm not as much worried about the TJ Watt contract as I'm worried about the Trey Hendrickson contract. Because Trey Hendrickson has literally racked up 35 sacks in 2 seasons. 35 sacks in 2 seasons is insanity. I mean, he's played on a really bad defense, but still, to have that many sacks is crazy. But again, Nick Bosa has the most, total pass rush wins is Myles Garrett. Average pass rush win rate, 22% by Myles Garrett. No surprise there either. Michael Parsons, 19.9. Nick Bosa, 19.6. Total pressures, that was Nick Bosa over the last 3 seasons. He's had more than everybody, 289. Michael Parsons not far behind with 282. Myles Garrett with 242. Pressure rate, Michael Parsons, 18.4. Nick Bosa, 16.9. Myles Garrett, 16.5. Total sacks, 47 Myles Garrett, 45 Michael Parsons, 45 Nick Bosa. Trey Hendrickson, 47. And I'm telling you, 35 of those in the last 2 seasons. It's crazy. It's crazy. Total hits, 35 by Garrett, 48 by Parsons. This is another place I think I really think Nick Bosa. I think Nick Bosa lives around the quarterback better than all of these guys. Nick Bosa, 77 total hits. Hit rate percent, 4.5%. Total hurries, 167. Michael has 189 as far as total hurries go. So he leads the pack in that. He leads the pack also. Michael Parsons leads in hurry rate percentage. Average pass rush productivity, they all kind of around the same amount, 11, 11, 10, 10. But this chart is absolutely crazy when you look at it. It's really kind of a tale of the tape because I think it's translating pretty well to what these guys are doing on the field. And so the top 4 pass rushers in this game, hands down, are Myles Garrett, Michael Parsons, Nick Bosa, and Trey Hendrickson. And so I don't think we have to – I say this, but There is no way. I'm not even worried about Michael Parsons' contract per se, what it's going to be. But there is no way that what's his name here? There is no way that we should be worried about TJ Watt jumping over Myles Garrett. There is no way TJ Watt should jump over Myles Garrett. It's just no way to me. Trey Hendrickson, you could possibly have a discussion with Trey Hendrickson because when you start kind of getting down to where this guy has really been tearing it up, and that's pass rushing. I mean, Trey Hendrickson, with the 35 sacks in the last 2 seasons. But again, when you look at these last 3, the top 3, that's where it is, and no one else should hop over these guys. I have a funny feeling that Nick Bosa is going to be the one that's going to probably get some kind of crazy pay increase here in the next year because Nick Bosa has been an absolute force. And if I think about all 4 of the top 4 edge rushers, Nick Bosa is the only one we've seen to do it on the biggest stages. Nick Bosa is the only one we've seen to do it on the biggest stages. And so I saw the thing where Michael Parsons is talking about if the Cowboys don't sign him, that it's going to be more money. The price only goes up. I'm not so much concerned about that if we're talking about, and even in the sense of talking about Trey Hendrickson, even though he's one of the top 4 pass rushers, I'm not even worried about him jumping over Myles Garrett, but we'll kind of see what happens with that. Yeah, there's an article over here. I mean, I'm pretty sure everybody's already heard this news, but Michael Parsons, it's okay to me when I'm saying it. It's okay to me when I'm saying it or other content creators are saying it. I just hope Micah stays out of this whole conversation. If you're going to let your agents do the talking, just let your agents do the talking. And I wouldn't even be if I'm Michael Parsons, he's been doing a great job. Just stay away from this stuff. Stay away from this stuff. But I think it was Clarence Hill he talked to. It says Parsons said to the Cowboys, price is just going up due to other negotiations around the league. I just don't think other negotiations around the league should have anything to do with the Cowboys and Michael Parsons. Now, you said you don't have to be the highest paid. It sounds like to me now you have to be the highest paid. It says in this article it's going to cost them more, Parsons said, spilling a brutal truth. It doesn't have to. Really, does it have to cost the Cowboys more? If the Cowboys and Michael Parsons have a deal in place, does it have to cost the Cowboys more? I say no. It says here, while Parsons deals with the Cowboys, Pittsburgh Steelers edge rusher TJ Watt is held out from the team as he waits on his own extension. Knowing those details, Parsons reveals that his extension is going to cost the Cowboys more. But why? Why? Myles Garrett is really the standard of anything. Why? Why does it have to be more? I don't. Hey, it is what it is. I'm not worried about another man getting paid. Get your money, whatever you're going to get. But I do think the Cowboys are a part of this. This is partially a part of the mistake the Cowboys are making. They should have signed him, I still say, back in November and December when he first started talking like this. But even then, we don't know if Mulugeta would agree to it. But I still think they should have been attempting to do it now. And they definitely shouldn't be dragging their feet. And so I guess we're going to have to deal with the pride of Mulugeta and Jerry Jones on who's going to call who. But in the grand scheme of things, I still say this is in Michael Parsons' hands. Michael Parsons can tell David Mulugeta right now, go get a deal done. Tell me the language of the contract. He could tell him up. He could just tell him straight up, I like it or I don't. This isn't just on Jerry. He could tell him right now, let's do it or not. So we're going to see. Skeptical fans said the Cowboys are a little unpredictable, so I will come on here and apologize to you if they don't get Ramsey. I'm not sure. Ooh, boy. I would like for them to get Ramsey. I don't think it's going to happen, though. I think it's going to be Stephon Gilmore. The Ghost of Mike McCarthy says it's not about cost more, it's about getting the highest percentage of dollars in the deal to be guaranteed. Ghost of Mike McCarthy, I said that myself. Because when I first started looking at these contracts a while back, the thing that was fascinating to me as I started looking back at the contracts was the guaranteed money. And when you start looking at the guaranteed money to me is the tail of the tape. Let me see if we can pull it up real quick and then we'll move on. See, the guaranteed money on these contracts to me is the tail of the tape. That's where I would want to live, is the guaranteed money. I don't care about that inflated top number people talk about. I'm concerned about the fully guaranteed money. The fully guaranteed money. And when you look at the fully guaranteed money, this is where TJ Watt was winning. TJ Watt's contract, look at this. The total value was $112 million. His fully guaranteed and total guaranteed are exactly the same. That's where I am. That's what I want right there. That's what I want right there. I want the total guaranteed and the fully guaranteed to match. I've always said this because even in the total guarantees, I guess they call them total guarantees, but it don't mean you're going to get them. I guess if you go the full life of the deal, it's totally guaranteed as far as what you're going to get. But the fully guaranteed money is where I am. What is the fully guaranteed money? Well, TJ Watt's fully guaranteed money was already $80 million. I don't care about this $28 million a year average. I don't care nothing about that. Bro, give me the fully guaranteed money. That's where I want to live. If I'm Michael Parsons, I don't care nothing about all this total guarantees of $25 million. I don't care nothing about that. How about you give me $125 million fully guaranteed? That's all I care about. I don't care nothing about no total guarantees. None of that stuff. I don't care nothing about it. All I want is tell me what my fully guaranteed money is going to be. I've always said this, goes to Mike McCarthy. Man, I don't care nothing about it because these contracts, a lot of times, people hear that front number. Yeah, it's a $300 million deal. Really? And then you look at the fully guarantees and you go, okay, so Myles Garrett deal is actually not $160 million. That's the value of the deal. So you're telling me the fully guaranteed part of the deal is $88 million. You're telling me the total guarantees is $123 million, but somewhere in there it can't be total guaranteed because the fully guaranteed is $88 million. Why do I need a difference? Why do I need a fully and a total? That total must be predicated on you going to certain parts of the deal. But come hell or high water, $88 million is what you're getting. So that's where I'm really trying to live if I'm a player in these contracts. But again, I think one of the biggest mistakes they made was the Cowboys waiting on Max Crosby. Max Crosby destroyed any of these conversations about who's the best edge rusher because he's not better than Nick Bosa. And Daniel Hunter's extension, he's in here because of his average per year, but his fully guaranteed money is only $54 million. So we're going to see how this thing turns out with Michael Parsons, but it's really, I'm glad that the team doesn't seem to be too fazed by it because I think they just kind of like, okay, this is par for the course. But I do think the part that's making it different, and I think this is where Brian Schottenheimer has been so genius. Brian Schottenheimer taking a page out of Dak Prescott's book that by Michael Parsons being in camp, it makes the conversation less controversial. See, Michael Parsons being at Oxnard, California, it's going to really take a lot of steam off this conversation. Conversation won't really be what it would have been had he been holding out and not been there. So because he's going to be there, the conversation won't be so heavy. That's how I see it. I think this is one of the things that Dak Prescott did that was so genius. You don't really give the media a big story because you're still there. You're still showing up. You're still there. And no matter what they say about you, you continue to be who you are. You continue to say you want to be on the team, and that's that. You don't have to worry about the rest, and you let everything else work itself out. And Steven even mentioned this. He said, when Dak talked to us, Dak didn't want to talk to us about anything with his contract. Dak let his agent do that. He said, then you have some players, they like to talk. And Michael likes to talk. And Steven said that about Michael. And I think David Mulugeta got on him about that too. I really do. 70s fan, appreciate the super chat. He said, I lose this stream every 10 minutes. I don't know why. It's showing to be pretty good on my end, so I'm not sure. All right, and then Ian Smith, Brian Broaddus, and Mike Fisher have the inside info on Cowboys going on. They know what they're talking about. Ian Smith, I'm telling you. And I think that Brian Broaddus in particular, I think he's got some people in the front office. For sure. For sure. And that's why I think he said what he said. Mike McCain in the crib, what up? He said, I don't mind paying Michael Parsons top money because that's Jerry Jones' prize to pay his own. Jerry's going to do that, Mike McCain, for sure. He said the last time he did that, though, he went in paying too much money and have no money for free agency. Well, Michael Parsons said, you know what they say when you have the highest paid player, you can't put no players around him. Well, I don't know what else to tell us. I do think the Joneses have had to admit that that's not entirely true because Howie Roseman has continued to do it year after year. The issue is just how you manage that cap. And you have to be willing to, the honest truth is, you have to be willing to eat some money on the back end on them void years. You really do. And what you have to do every so often to make those deals work is you have to be willing to let go of a player. You have to be willing to let go of a player that you were paying a lot of money, draft somebody behind him maybe a year or two early, and then a guy who you were paying a lot of money, you got to be willing to let him go a year or two early. That's how you're going to have to continue to manage these deals. Because if not, those deals that once you do them, they're going to hold you captive. All right, let's go. Let's see. What do we want to do next? The Calvin Watkins interview. I really didn't think the Calvin Watkins interview was really all that great. But we'll listen to a couple of minutes of Calvin Watkins. And then I think what we'll do is I want to move over to the surprise breakouts after listening to a couple of minutes of Calvin Watkins. Because, they're all kind of asking the same questions about the Michael Parsons deal. I mean, I just don't think anybody really has any answers on that thing. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, unfortunately, we're all kind of speculating. But just kind of based on some things that we've heard, I do think that this is something about the years of the deal that's the problem. And again, it's okay to present different scenarios. And, people, they go crazy when you start talking about scenarios. Listen to the whole conversation. Because the first thing somebody does is once you start having hypotheticals, they're listening to just one piece, and then they run and start telling somebody, oh, this guy said this, or this girl said this. No, listen to the whole conversation. We know they're going to sign Michael Parsons, or at least we think we know. We know they're going to sign Michael Parsons. And so, I just keep giving the same answer, though. Go ahead and sign him. If you're just going to give him what he wants anyway, why prolong it? Why prolong it? It doesn't even, I don't understand the good that it does. So just go ahead and get it done. Let's get this man in camp, which he will be there, but I think it's going to be a hold in. I don't think he'll be participating in everything. It'll be a hold in. I would rather see him on the field. All right, let's check this one out right here. This is I'm thinking Calvin Watkins. Let's see what Calvin Watkins is talking about.
Joining us now from the Morning News, longtime Cowboy reporter Calvin Watkins here in the nation. How you doing, Calvin?
What's going on? What's going on?
Calvin, what up, bro?
I mean,
What's going on?
Y'all tell me your thoughts on Calvin
tell
Watkins,
us,
man.
what
I have
can
a
you
lot
help
of
us
people.
with
I've
this
been
Micah
noticing a lot of
story
people aren't
and
big on
Jerry
Calvin
Jones.
Watkins.
What is the lay of the land there?
The lay of the land is, I just think they're not as close as we think they are with the contract, right? I think they're playing games with each other. So, like, Jerry says, tell your agent to call me and we can get things going. And then the agent says, well, no, Jerry, you call me, let's get things going. And then you ask Micah, why not tell your agent to call Jerry? I don't want to talk about that. So
Do they not like you?
See, that's where I am with this. Michael, you work for Jerry. But your agent works for you. You get your agent, Michael, to call Jerry. See, Michael's got to take some ownership in this too, whether we like it or not. He's got to take some ownership in this. He's got to tell his agent, call Jerry. Tell him, call Jerry. Because if you don't tell your agent to call Jerry, Jerry's not going to call your agent until he wants to. This is all crazy work. Doesn't make sense. Calvin Watkins said he thinks they're farther apart than we think. I don't know. We'll see.
Each other?
Jerry, I think they all like each other, but it's like I think I wrote this earlier this week. It's like a reality show. It's just unnecessary drama. It helps you guys out because you got something to talk about in the middle of the summer, right?
Yeah, that's true too.
And it helps me out because I get something to write about in the middle of the summer. So that's what this is. I do believe at some point when we get to California for training camp that they'll get this done. I don't think they'll get it done before we go to camp, and I'm supposed to leave July 20th for California. So that's where we are, unless something has changed in the last 30 seconds, but I think that's just where we are.
Yeah, I think we're all in the same mindset on this. We're thinking we're going to get this deal done before training camp. We're going to see. Robert Deli, I appreciate your other comment. Yeah, I do think that the George Pickens pickup by the Cowboys got the NFC East, not just the Eagles. I think it's got the NFC East attention. Alfredo says, like I said, Michael's agent is the one holding up the extension. Yeah, Alfredo, I think so too. Holding up the extension, then Mike has to stand up and show he has a pair and tell his agent, like, dude, I am the boss, not you. Call Jerry. I get it done now. Yeah. Yeah, Alfredo, yes. This isn't just Jerry. Michael works for Jerry. Michael's agent works for him. He's the one that should be telling his agent to call Jerry. Don't tell Jerry to call your agent. You don't get to tell Jerry what to do. No, hey, man, you're my agent. Hey, David, I need you to call Jerry. David, call Jerry. That's where I am. Alfredo, yes, or you're fired. Facts. Ian Smith, he says you're absolutely correct. You call Jerry. Jerry doesn't have to call you. Ian Smith, exactly. He works for Jerry. Hey, David, you work for me. I work for Jerry. You represent me. I've already talked to Jerry. Me and you, this is where we're at. I like this deal right here. Now you call Jerry. Set the meeting up so we can get this signed. It's that simple. It's that simple. And I think Calvin Watkins is saying something that's correct. This is all just some kind of crazy game. It's the only thing I can. It doesn't make sense. But I'm gonna tell you about this fan. I'm gonna tell you about some of our fans and some of our media guys. We have to be very careful because we even make Jerry the scapegoat even when he's doing something right. Jerry's the scapegoat even when he's doing something right. Let's not just make Jerry the scapegoat. We can admit when Jerry does things wrong. I've already keep admitting it, and some people don't hear it. I think the mistake Jerry made was not pouncing and capitalizing on this way back when Michael was begging to get signed, talking about there's no difference between $30 and $40 million, I'd have picked up the phone the next day. I wouldn't even waited 2 or 3 days. We'd have drew up a deal the next day had it been me. And I would have been on this thing so hard. I'm like, hey, now we getting this deal done right now. Because if he's saying you don't have to be the highest paid and we can get him up under Nick Bosa's money, nah, we taking that deal. Some of this is the Cowboys. We can admit that. But I think there's another part of this, that the reason why this deal is taking so long is actually this time not because of Jerry. I think it's something to do with David Mulugheta. There is something, and I think David Mulugheta got ticked off, especially when Jerry said, I don't even know who David Mulugheta is. We know Jerry knows who he is. I'm sure there are some things that Michael didn't negotiate because that's not what he does. There were some things that he probably wanted to see in there. But I do think that some of this is out of spite, and David may be trying to really, as Brian Broaddus said, he's ruthless. I think because some of the things that Jerry said about David, I think he's going for the judge. I think he is really trying to take it to another level on this contract thing. I really do. Troy Dudley said they ain't got Jerry's numbers. If he ain't got Jerry's numbers, hey, Troy, something is definitely wrong. But I think this is something. This is some pride going on, some personal nonsense going on.
So how is playing this game worth it to the Joneses with the TJ Watt contract potentially getting done and raising the price? How is there value in that for Jerry to be stubborn and not pick it up and play that game?
If you're a man who makes that.
Now, the funny thing is, and I don't know, I hope it doesn't happen. I really want to see where the TJ Watt deal is.
I don't know if Watt's going to get that type of money.
Exactly,
me,
Calvin Watkins.
The standard is your boy Myles Garrett.
Yes.
You know, and then the mark that you're looking at that Micah wants is $200 million in total compensation. So unless Watt's going to get that, which I don't think he is, because this might be his 3rd contract, and even Micah had talked about that a little bit the other day, he might not be in play. So to me, it's the $40 million average salary, which is what Myles Garrett has. So unless Watt's going to surpass that in some way, then yeah. But you know what? To your point, we know what the money is right now, because you know your boy in Cincinnati, he's holding out too. Hendrickson, right?
Yeah. Right.
So he didn't lead the league in sacks last year, if I'm not mistaken, right?
He did. Yep.
And yeah, and they were a bad defense, and he was the best player in a bad defense, right? So you know that's another story for another day. But he had a heck of a year, so you kind of know where the money is, and maybe Watt and Hendrickson are waiting on Micah. So Micah knows what the mark is. The high mark is Myles Garrett. So everything's in line for you to take care of Micah Parsons. Why they won't do this is a great mystery that I don't have the answer to. And maybe you guys do, but I don't.
No, we're still searching, Calvin.
Yeah, this is kind of what I said earlier, Daniel M. Daniel M said, I think the Cowboys beat writers are trying to get inside of the front office heads, but management is not letting them in because they are working behind closed doors making deals. Daniel M. And I think this is where Brian Broaddus was. See, Brian Broaddus, and I don't think Brian Broaddus is just saying this. He said, what if I told you the Joneses have reached out to David Mulugheta? What if I told you that? Because when somebody says, what if I told you, they're actually telling you. That's what they're doing. They're telling you. So Brian Broaddus is saying something, and I think Calvin is alluding to it too. This may not be entirely Jerry Jones' fault. This may not be entirely Jerry Jones' fault, and I don't think it is.
Has there been any added pressure to you now having the first question at the press conferences, sir?
Yeah, there's a little pressure. Seen that before, and it was just those 3 guys by themselves. Well, normally Britt is working with a player or two to say, I can't train at the facility. Now so if you're not that kind of guy that likes tough love, then Britt Brown is not your cup of tea. So that's the issue. He'll come up with it. So there was a little bit of pressure there, but you figure it out as you go along. So, but there's so much drama with this team that it'll be pretty easy to come up with a good first question, I think.
All right, this Trayvon
What
Diggs
can you share with us about the Trayvon Diggs drama? Like,
Yeah.
how's his rehab going? Is he going to end up losing out on $500,000? Their friction with him and the training staff clearly, like the Diggs stuff's a little weird.
Yeah, he does not get along with the strength and conditioning staff, the training staff, the training staff, for whatever reason. Now, the training staff, they're old school. Britt Brown, director of rehab, he's one of the best in the NFL, right? If you got a bad foot, bad leg, trying to get back, he's your guy. He will get you on the field. He's tough love, right? So if you're not that kind of guy that likes tough love, then Britt Brown is not your cup of tea. So that's the issue that they're having. And in today's NFL, guys want to train away from the facility, so you have to let them, especially your star players. And that's where they are. It was kind of interesting that, Diggs is willing to lose $500,000 out of a $9 million base salary, right? And you could say, well, it's just $500,000 out of $9 million. Well, the taxes and all that, every little bit helps, right? So
It's a lot of money. Yeah.
a lot of bread.
It's interesting that he's willing to lose this amount of money just to say I can't train at the facility. Now, he was training with Britt Brown yesterday, but it was interesting as he was on the cords, these resistance cords that they use. Britt's holding them. There was a guy there with them. He wasn't like a bodyguard, but I think he might have been the other trainer. He was there, and I hadn't seen that before. And it was just those three guys by themselves. Well, normally Britt is working with a player or two by himself, but this time there was someone else down there. I'm not sure who that guy was. I don't know if he was like a buffer or, you make a pitching change and the interpreter comes out there with Bruce Bochy and then, and they're talking to the pitcher. It was kind of like that. So there you are with Diggs.
I love it. It's Calvin Watkins here with you. Now, reading your story, he was making a case that he was ahead of schedule last year, got back week one, even though he wasn't supposed to be back in October. Is a similar thing realistic this year?
He says it is, but this type of surgery is a little more complex. He had a torn ACL last year when he came back. This one, he needs some grafts, some tissue moved around, and so it's a little
see
more
you, Robert
complex.
Dudley. Yes, sir.
And he told me he has no swelling, got no discomfort. Said he's moving around well. He said the rehab this go around is a lot better. And I asked him, is that because of what you did last year in rehab? He said, no, it's just a lot better, a lot easier. And it was interesting that he said, I don't know if you guys have the internet over there, but he released a documentary on YouTube of his rehab process. And he told me he released it because he saw people was questioning his rehab.
This is the phone.
What up, Richard Owens? Good to see you. Robert Dudley, yes, sir. He said, God brought me to the G. Man, I've been a true believer since 2001. Yes, sir. God bless. Hey, Ghost Mike McCarthy got me laughing. Ghost Mike McCarthy said, a $97 million NFL player is about to make $9 million this year, doesn't like tough love. Man. Boy, that's crazy. That is crazy work. Man, this is crazy work, boy. Crazy work. Yeah, man. I told us though, this whole thing, this Trayvon Diggs, the Trayvon Diggs documentary was because Jerry and Steven took a shot at Trayvon Diggs about his rehab. So what does he do? He goes and make a documentary. He makes a documentary talking about, look at my rehab. Look how it's going. But from what my understanding is, he did work with him during the mandatory stuff. He worked with this guy Britt Brown or whoever they're talking about. He worked with him.
And so he released
Appreciate
the
you,
video
Robert
to
Dudley.
tell people, I am working out. I am working hard. And he's going to release another one about the rehab this upcoming summer. So he's aware of the criticism from everybody, including you guys. And so hopefully he'll be okay.
Calvin, what do you think about this offense? Obviously just OTAs and whatnot, but having the Pickens factor, new coaching staff, how different does this offense look? Is it bringing any excitement to you?
It's good to see Pickens out there, and you could tell he is an elite player, and you add him with CeeDee Lamb, and the passing game should be dynamic.
Ghostface in the building.
They're doing a lot of quick throws with Dak underneath. They're trying to throw it vertically with Pickens and Turp and CD. So I like to see that, but we'll find out when they play Philly week 1 on that Thursday night if all this works.
You've gone.
Matt D said, I don't know why some of these players go back and forth with these agents. You work for me. Get the deal done or you're fired, and I'll find someone who will. I don't have time for pride games. Matt D, I'm telling you, it almost seems like to me, though, the players work for the agents. Players work for the agents. That's all I can tell you. It's crazy.
Through several coaching changes. We got all the good vibes right now, the energy. I mean, what's your take right now on the new Schottenheimer regime?
I like what he's trying to do. Everyone, I saw Pete Carroll was wrestling with the players. And
yeah, this is what I want to tell you. I told you guys about today. We're going to see what we really are as we get into the season. I think Brian Schottenheimer, everything he's doing, it's a breath of fresh air for this team. I think this team is buying in. But I also told you, the reason why you do this so that when you hit some of these rough patches this season, this is going to tell you how good the culture is. The test of a culture is not just when things are going well. The true test of this culture is going to be when things are not going well. That's the part we have to really be interested in. What are they going to do whenever there is some adversity that comes along? And right now, the Micah Parsons contract, to me, Brian Schottenheimer has passed the first test. Because Brian Schottenheimer has made a point to communicate to Micah Parsons. You cannot let the business side get in front of the football field. Because once you take care of the business side, the pressure is on the field. So we need you to be a leader out here. I mean, there's a heavy investment in you. You're not asking Donovan Ezraku to be a leader. No, you're asking Micah Parsons to be a leader. A part of it is because with the investment you're about to make into him. And so Brian has done a very good job. I believe he's done a very good job. At least on this thing with Micah Parsons. He's done a very good job. We're going to see, because there will be more tests to come. There will be more tests to come. But everybody's doing this stuff, man, all this team building stuff. And I can tell, looking at some of the stuff I've seen from Pete Carroll out there in Las Vegas, I can tell that he rubbed off on Brian. I see Brian doing some of the same stuff, but then maybe taking it to another level. But you can tell he's gotten some stuff from Pete Carroll too. But a lot of these teams are doing this stuff. Calvin Watkins just mentioned Pete Carroll. Let's see who else he mentions.
They're swimming, and they all got their little gimmicks to bring everyone together, right?
Yep, they're all doing it.
This is nothing new. You know, Shotty's not finding this under a rock and saying, "Oh, look what I discovered. We're going to play ping pong in the locker room." Well, that's not a new thing, right? But, and I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying that this is nothing new. But I think it's a good thing that Shotty is trying to bring some chemistry to the team.
Yeah.
And he wants everyone to bond and be together. I think that's why he asked Micah in the offseason, "Hey, I need you to come to the first day of offseason workouts, because it means a lot to me and it means a lot to these guys that you're here." And Micah said, "Okay, I'll be there," right? Micah's locker was moved closer to Dak Prescott's to help Micah be a better leader, and who's a better leader than Dak Prescott, right?
Yep.
So
yep.
some of the things that Shotty's doing, I really like, and he knows this better than anybody. Ultimately, you got to win some football games.
That's
because
it.
if you lose 4 games in a row or you're going through a tough time, as soon as that ping pong table is moved to the back, it's going to be a story.
Yeah.
You know, so we'll see what happens.
I love it. Calvin Watkins here breaking it down here from the morning news with you. Now, how 100% is Dak? Can he be the athlete that was runner-up MVP in 2023 coming off that avulsion fracture?
I think so. He's moving around pretty good. You know, he's bigger in his legs, and he said that was because of the rehab work he was doing. He feels good. He's a little grumpy when you say he's injury prone because he said, look, I broke my thumb hitting a helmet. That's not being injury prone. And I said, well, you get hurt every other year. So, you know, but hey, that's our little thing, right? So
I got your back. Yeah, he is at this point. I mean, I don't feel more comfortable about Dak right now than I did about Tony like in 2015.
That's good. That's a good example there. I like that.
No, it's not a good example. Stop
but
it.
Dak is healthy. I've always liked Dak as a quarterback. But this is year 10 now. Yeah. So, hey, man, highest paid in the league, you got to do something for us now. So, and he understands that more than anybody. And so the pressure's on him. And it always has been on him to deliver a championship to this city. And it's been 29 years since, I don't know if you guys were born last time you won the Super Bowl. So
I was 15, 16 in their dominance, and it was
kids,
amazing.
Brandy, Ty Howard, what's
it
up?
Was amazing. Oh yeah, I was living in New York.
Yeah, what's going on? You guys about to poach Jason Kidd? What the hell, Calvin?
You know, the Mavericks told the Knicks, nah, man, that
was the Bible because he said they didn't give me that premium subscription now.
We're going to hire Joe Torre. We're going to do something different outside the box. And now here he is in Dallas with the same quarterback, in a sense, Dak, until he got hurt last year, right? And, you know, the coordinators changed here, but I think he had a full offseason. So we'll see if he was worth that 4th-round pick. You know what I'm saying? Because before they had the Pickens trade,
talking about Jonathan
it was
Mingo.
like, is Jonathan Mingo the number 2 guy? Wide out, or is it Jalen Tolbert? And now as you get Pickens, now you can say Mingo can kind of slide in there with Tolbert as a 3-4. You might have an okay receiving core.
What's the position that you're most concerned, or do you still have the biggest?
Yeah, I'm telling y'all, man. They're talking about Jonathan Mingo. And I'm going to talk about Jonathan Mingo here in just a moment. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I don't know if it's bad news or whatever, but I don't think Jonathan Mingo is going to beat out Jalen Tolbert. I'm just telling us, I think Jalen Tolbert, I think Jalen Tolbert is just, I think Jalen Tolbert is going to make another step. Jalen Tolbert going to make another step. Brandy said he's a number 4. Yeah. Jalen Tolbert's going to make another step. Straight up. Jalen Tolbert is going to, and I don't even think he's going to. I think they're telling us already. I think they're telling us Jalen Tolbert already has made another step. I'm telling you.
Questions about between now and training camp?
Running back and cornerback. I don't know who the starting running back is going to be. I think it's going to be a committee, and Javonte Williams is the lead of that committee. And might have Miles Sanders, and they got Blue and that kind of thing. So I'm not sure how that's going to play itself out. The cornerback situation is interesting.
I hope this part is not true. I absolutely hope the Cowboys do not do running back by committee. I just don't think that works well. Running backs are similar to wide receivers. You kind of got to get them in a rhythm. And a running back, once he gets going, you got to let him go. If he's hot a game, let him go. Just let him go. I don't like the whole running back by committee. I think you need a bell cow back with a change of pace back. If you need to let him sit out a series or Or there's certain plays you want to let him get out of the game? Yes. But the running back by committee, unless you're like Mike Shanahan with that run scheme he has, I don't like it. But even then, I would still rather have just a running back. I would just rather have one running back.
They're not going to have Diggs until middle of the season, maybe. The third round pick, Revel, I think he's going to start training camp on the pup, and he's a third round pick, so he's supposed to get a lot of playing time. So I'm not sure if he'll be ready week 1. Deron Bland was in the slot in the offseason work, and he's not happy about that.
Yeah.
So, we're trying to figure out who's going to be your starting corners. I do know Deron Bland's going to be on the field, but everybody else I don't know. So those are the 2 main spots that I'm really concerned about, corner and running back.
Yeah.
Is it possible they get a deal done with Bland before the season starts?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. I think they want to wait to take care of Mr. Parsons.
Yeah.
And then they want to see how Bland is. They got a lot of corners now. Remember, they traded for a corner. They drafted a corner. They got Diggs coming back. So they got a lot of corners there. So I think they want to see how Bland plays this year because, it took him a while to come back from that toe injury that he had. And then there's another guy they got to pay, Tyler Smith.
Mm-hmm.
He's signed through 2026. So, Tyler's going to want his money, So I think they're going to wait to see on Bland. Bland might be one of those kind of guys like Jake Ferguson where when the season ends, then you assess where you are and say, Jake had 14 touchdowns and 60 catches. Okay, let's pay him. Bland had 6 interceptions and 18 pass deflections. Okay, let's pay him. You know what I'm saying? I'm just throwing those numbers out there. So you want to see what kind of year they have before you say, all right, let's get our checkbook and sign him.
Before we let you go, Calvin, it is a Friday, and as such, we ask all our guests what you drinking and what you thinking.
I'm not drinking anything right now. I'm on a twice a week drinking
schedule.
Schedule. Yeah.
He's ball sacking us.
Did you say binge?
I don't believe you.
No, I got this 14-year-old Glenn Levitt sitting here that it's been like yelling my name for the last 2 weeks that I might have to pop open tomorrow. So
Appreciate you.
But yesterday I went to the cigar lounge in Casa Monte Cristo and I was going to order. I almost ordered a drink. I almost messed up because you only have 2 days, so you want to make them count, right?
Yeah.
So I got a Heineken Zero.
There you go.
So I don't know if that counts.
Welcome to my world.
What I had.
Counts in my book. Well, thank you for your insights. Enjoy this little summer stretch, and we will see you in Oxnard, sir.
Oh, that'd be great. We can have a drink maybe one of the days I can drink. That'd be great.
That was Calvin Watkins. Gave some insight on the Cowboys. Again, I think we're at the point, though, in this thing that a lot of people, it's like, nobody really knows anything. So everybody just kind of like, I think people are even out of speculation now. They're just kind of like, we don't even know what to speculate on no more. So at the end of the day, we're at a point now where it's time for the rubber to meet the road. That's just the bottom line. It's time for the rubber to meet the road, guys. That's it. I think that's kind of where we all are. All right, we're gonna do a couple more, and then we're gonna get out of here in a few. But I want to listen to the super breakout, the surprise breakout. That's what it was. Surprise breakouts.
Here we go.
This is another one they did today. It looks like on 105.3 The Fan. I haven't listened to it, so let's check it out.
Our EMS therapy, massage therapy,
maybe the best player the Cowboys acquired this offseason wasn't
for each of these
George
therapies,
Pickens.
and in total, this costs around $3,500. Most of his patients simply couldn't afford it. Searched online for a device that would combine all of these techniques, but could only find cheap Chinese knockoffs.
There we go. Got two things playing at once.
About yesterday's practice. We'll talk about that here in a sec in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing. You can check them out at dmautoleasing.com. It was an offensive day for the most part out at practice yesterday. Cowboys with their second minicamp practice. They're going to practice again today which is a little unusual for them. In past years, Mike McCarthy had always given the third day off of minicamp.
I think Vrabel just gave them off in New England.
It's a common thing coaches will do. Like a lot of coaches will say, we need to maximize our time. Let's do that. Other coaches will say, let's do it as a morale boost. Give the guys a day early. A lot of times when it's a first-year system, though, or a first-year head coach, they're definitely going to take the third day because it's like we need as much time as we can with what we're doing. So they are going to practice today. And one guy who is looking to build on a really strong practice, and a guy who's gotten a lot of praise. And Broadus was talking about this yesterday. I heard him. I knew. I texted Zach and Eric a couple things, like a couple notes. Like, I bet you these are going to be a couple of things you're going to hear from Broadus in there. Because I know when Brian watches a game.
Was he giddy being out there and being late to G-Bag?
He looked like, I should have taken a
Appreciate
picture.
you, Damon Bama boy.
And he had his backpack
Yeah, I had to
on.
dig
He
a day,
like
Damon.
First day of school kid, just like giddy. And he was just like, so do they
All about the tuna.
are we in the right place? Do they come get us here? Because nobody's around here yet. Like, it's like, no, not everybody was going to get here 15 minutes early like you, Brian. Like we're all here. But it was Brian was super excited to be there. And he was super excited about what he saw from Kyer Elam, who Kyer Elam has had some strong practices.
Yeah, Elam been balling.
Not every day. There have been a couple times where he's been worked over in a practice, or you had the practice last week that we had talked about where George Pickens had beat him deep. But a little bit of error under the ball, so Kyer Elam was able to catch up, knock the pass away. It's good. There was another play where I think Tuesday where people were talking about, he had an interception or he knocked one down. It's like, well, it was also a free play. So, like, it was just Dak kind of throwing the ball up because there was a penalty on it. So, some of it, when you start tracking the training camp stats, which we'll get into, it's looked good. But the reality is,
yes, sir, Stephen White.
It's actually looked good. This isn't like empty stuff. He's looked better than I was anticipating. And it does give you a little bit of hope for, all right, this was a guy with first-round pedigree from a couple of years ago. This was a guy who everybody in Buffalo was like, we wanted it to work, and he worked so damn hard. It just wasn't clicking here. And so it does give you a little bit of
He got injured.
Like, could it be just a reset for your background or your scenery? Or the other question, is this just kind of what Kyer Elam does? Does he
No, he got injured.
practices like these?
Yeah.
And then when you put the pads on or you're in game time, is it not the same level?
Schottenheimer was talking about him last week, like leading kind of the GPS stats.
Dude, he is intense at practice. He runs all over the field. He's been tasked a lot with covering CD. Just because a lot of times it's where CD's lining up, he's lining up. It's not like, hey, go take CD, show us what you got, kid. It's not like that. But he's had some really good reps against CD. CD's gotten his, no doubt about it, but he's been really good. He battles. He's tough. He fights. It's all this positive stuff that you've heard about Kyer Elam. If you can just kind of center it all together, put it all together, you might have a decent starting cornerback on your hands.
I bet you a lot of guys have that one player they just can't, that they just match up well.
Shoot. Hey, Elam go. Yeah. Hey, Elam.
I mean, there's certainly guys who stylistically.
Let me tell y'all something. Elam is a fantastic problem to have. Kyer Elam is a fantastic problem to have. We want Kyer Elam. I've been saying this. I was saying all along, we got to really watch Kyer Elam. You want Kyer Elam to be that. You want him to be that guy. You want him to be that guy because the more answers you can get in your own facility, that says now that if we go outside of the facility, we're going to get us somebody that we really, really need, or somebody's going to really, really come in here and make an impact. I'm really ready to see him now in training camp. And again, I did a video on Kyer Elam earlier in the season, and I did some studying on Kyer Elam. Kyer Elam actually played really good in Buffalo. What happened to Kyer Elam? And this is where a lot of people, when they talk about Kyer Elam, they don't talk about what happened in Buffalo. What happened in Buffalo is that he got injured. And when he got injured, one of the guys that got drafted with him started balling out. And even though Kyer Elam got back on the field, he wasn't quite what he was working himself back from that injury. And the guy who got drafted with him was balling out so hard that they went ahead and went with him and another cornerback that they had. But Kyer Elam, he just kind of got to it basically got to the point where he became expendable. he became expendable, and the Bills didn't want to wait any longer on him to say, okay, working back from injury, when are you going to be better? I think Kyrie Elam's going to be good for the Cowboys. Because you want him to be able to challenge Trayvon Diggs, because then you can make Trayvon Diggs even more expendable when you want to walk away from that deal. You do. Yeah, goes to Mike McCarthy said, I think Pickens is going to beat a lot of members of the Dallas secondary. No doubt about it. See, Mo, what's up? He said, I'm loving these late Saturday night get-togethers, G. This is absolutely dope. I just had 2 shots of Red Bay Canadian whiskey. Go to have a puff, listen up. What's up, y'all? What's up? Glad to have you in. Glad to have you in here. So, again, Christopher Jones said, Elam is not good. Okay. He said, just watch the Chiefs versus the Bills in last year's playoffs. It will be amazing if he got better between the end of last year and today. Well, I'm thinking last year, what was his... Might have been his 3rd year, maybe last year. We'll see. But I do think he's going to be fine. Poopy. Poopy D say it. Man, let me tell you something. Boy, I'm just telling y'all straight up, man. I'm just telling y'all, hey, I love the Dallas Cowboys beat writers. I'm just telling you. It just don't seem like to me that some of these guys like the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, they just seem like more of neutral type of writers to me, or radio personalities. I mean, this guy up here, for example, up here in the left-hand corner, I was listening to an interview the other day, and him and Bobby Belt and Joe Milton came up. And this dude said in training camp, he is going to be parked in front of Joe Milton III? The Dallas Cowboys media is where a lot of this controversy is going to come from. I do not understand it. These guys don't act like they like the Cowboys to me. They just don't act like they like the Cowboys to me. And under the guys, it always kills me. Their excuse for absolutely hating on the Cowboys and so many other people, their excuse for hating on their team is under the guise of keeping it real. Well, even under keeping it real, the glass can either be half empty or half full. So why is the glass always half empty? You can keep it real, and the glass can be half empty, can be half full too. It can be half full too. It don't have to always be half empty. It doesn't. Doesn't always have to be half empty. And with them, it is always half empty. It is absolutely half empty. David Thomas, what up? He said, thanks for still being on. I'm just telling us. Look at this. Ghost Mike McCarthy said to be negative or positive about someone that involves an opinion. To come to an opinion, you need a brain. Bobby Belt doesn't have one. Hey, you know what? I like Bobby Belt, but Ghost Mike McCarthy, boy, I realized something about the Cowboys Nation. Boy, it's a lot of people don't like Bobby Belt. I didn't realize that. I mean, until, this year, man, there's a lot of people don't like Bobby Belt, boy. They be hating bad on Bobby Belt. Uncle Charles, he said, salute the Let's Talk Cowboys. Are we through in free agency or of now? As of now, your comment. Yes, as of now. But training camp, I think the Cowboys are going to do some more things. I think the Cowboys, and I think what they're doing is smart. You're not just going into training camp so that you can see what you have. You also want to go into training camp so that the guys can see who they are. So that if you bring somebody in, they full well understand why you're bringing them in. They understand. You don't just bring them in and go, hey, you ain't good enough. Yeah, you're not good enough. That's why we're bringing somebody in. No. The Cowboys gave, and I think this is kind of tough with Cooper Rush being the quarterback, but the Cowboys kind of in a sense gave the wide receiver core an entire season, half season last year. Unfortunately, without Dak Prescott to prove, could they really make a step up and be that number 2 receiver? I think some of that was Cooper Rush too, but some of it was them. And so I don't think none of them were surprised when they brought in somebody like Pickens. So I think it's going to be the same thing with some of these other players. I think you got to get in there and let them kind of see what they are too. So that when you start giving them feedback, you can give them honest feedback and say, hey, you know what? Hey, we brought in somebody new because this is the issue, blah, 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 blah. But boy, you want to talk about you talking about a glass half empty. I've never seen a fan base. Whoo! Man, I've never seen a fan base. Daniel Liam, you don't work for the radio. I ain't talking about you. No, I ain't talking about you. I'm talking about these guys who supposedly represent the team. It's crazy to me. I mean, they're representing the team on a national level. I mean, boy, they give the national media so much. They give the national media so much ammunition to hate on the team. It's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. So, hey,
but it's one that
It could have been theater. It could have been theater. And Aiden's got some of the photos up on the fan cam where you can see him. He's staring down at the drill, and then you see him just kind of putting the helmet on, pulling it down.
Man, I'm telling y'all, I'm not even being funny. This dude, Solomon Thomas, Dak Prescott's doppelganger. Hey, Daniel Liv, see if you can refresh your browser. Everything looks good on this side. This dude, Solomon Thomas, Dak Prescott's doppelganger. The guns on this dude is crazy. Golly. It is, man, I'm telling you, it is crazy. Okay, see if y'all can refresh your browser. Everything looks good on this side from what I can tell. All right, let me make sure. Okay. Yeah, everything looks good on this side. All right, make sure I got all my tabs closed. All right, let's see. All right, y'all refresh your browser and let me know if that helps y'all.
And then all of a sudden he's down there and he's in line. It looked like Micah Parsons' competitiveness just got the best of him.
And I wanted to know earlier today whether Micah's agent knew this was going to happen. What was the text message or phone call that he got from David Mulugheta, or did he know that this was planned? I think I'd be texting Micah, stay the hell off the field.
I assume he has to know. That's my assumption.
It looks like and sounds like it was
spur of the moment.
Although Schottenheimer did say before this week he expected Micah to do some things on the field.
Yeah, and then Micah had, I think Mike had said if his back had loosened up, that's what he was dealing. He's like, my back's kind of tight.
Yeah.
But he said if it loosened up, he was going to get in there. It did not look like he was going in there, though. It looked like, all right, this is the standard thing he's doing. He's got his beanie on. He's not got a helmet. He's standing there just watching. And then he put it on. Here's my question for you. As you've called him before, Micah Doncic, a little bit of theater there with him. Do you think this was theater at all? Go grab my helmet. I'm going in. Or do you think he was probably always getting in there?
I have no idea. I would have probably had to be there to watch him over the past few days. I don't know whether Jerry said something to him in the 30-minute conversation the day before. To spurn it like, hey,
what's your point?
I want you to really be the leader. Like, just do something to inspire these guys, and then we'll go ahead and get this thing done.
Don't tell me what I'm saying.
I have no idea.
I'm going to give me some of those Jerry Jones sound bites for the season.
I think.
Was it planned or just spur of the moment?
I think it looked genuine. Like wasn't going to get in, at least not right then. Maybe he was going to get on some stuff later, but I don't think he was intending to get in there. And then he saw it and he was like, give me the helmet. Come on, let's go. Because I think he was getting a little bit frustrated. I mentioned a second ago, Kyle Shanahan, not a fan of tracking practice stats. This is something that
Randy, that's Dak Prescott's doppelganger.
Like your Dak stats yesterday?
That's exactly.
Okay, so you're not talking about like quarterback 5 for 7. Or you're talking about GPS stuff?
No, like the quarterback. Like how many they completed for how long? Like literal like NFL statistics in practice. And this is what he said. He said, I'm trying to get them to trust what they do and let it rip. That's all I want in practice, talking about quarterbacks. He says, you go through all these practices and you never throw a pick, you're probably not getting better. I think that's one of the biggest challenges having you guys around. No offense to you guys, but they used to not report people's stats every day and say who's ahead, who's back, who's whatever.
Yeah.
You could just practice. And when guys play to practice that way, they don't get better at anything, and especially a quarterback. I mean, it's hard when you get in that stadium and things like that. Not only are you getting it for the hit for the first time, but now all that stuff counts. I get what he's saying.
I love it.
I get what he's saying.
The Jalen Hurts numbers last offseason and not throwing an interception for a month.
Yeah, right.
100%. Like Cam Ward. There was the note about Cam Ward throwing 18 straight completions the other day. A lot of that can be checked down, different stuff like that. And I get what you're saying about you don't focus on that. Let guys practice, let guys work through stuff. Just like spring training.
A lot of the great quarterbacks, I'll tell you, ask Brady, ask Manning, ask Rodgers. They had no problem throwing picks in practice because they knew, first of all, it didn't matter. You get it back. But second of all, it allows you to see what works and what doesn't.
Didn't have social media.
You know, like, will this play fool anybody? Oh, no, it won't. You know, or does this work? Does that work? And if it doesn't work,
context for this and what it means, and it's just gonna like be I feel like then I'm maybe stirring up a thing of like, oh, this guy's really struggling or something like that. That was the thing with the one-on-ones. McCarthy, I think to his credit, McCarthy didn't want to do. He didn't want to do a lot of one-on-ones in training camp because he felt like corners are going to get, if I got corners with rabbit ears, they're going to get embarrassed out here because of the nature of the drill.
Yeah.
And it's going to
look bad. Was it the Diggs video that blew up a couple years ago? Who was it that got beat?
Diggs was getting worked a little bit in some of the one-on-ones.
Or maybe it was a fight or something like that. Maybe it was Diggs. Guyton, we got fooled by Guyton versus
Thomas
Micah.
like the Incredible Hulk.
We got fooled. Now, if George Pickens makes a gymnastics catch, that to me has value.
Translates, yeah.
Yeah. It's like, all right, he's afraid.
Well, I got to get back in the gym, Robert Dudley.
Throws a missile or throws one 80 yards. It's like, when Joe does it again, I'm like, all right, he's got arm strength.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's the value of it.
It was a pretty bland day, by the way, for Joe Milton, since he comes up here. But again, I think they might look at that and say it was a more productive day. Like, we don't have Joe Milton. We know what he can do. We know he can sling the ball. Sean, like RJ, you guys are going to have viral videos on Twitter when you park down by the net and Joe Milton's throwing those passes in Oxnard. That's going to get retweeted hundreds of times because it looks really impressive and it's awesome. He was spending a ton of time with Steve Shimko, the quarterback coach, yesterday, talking through things. A lot of it looked like it was more underneath. It looked like the stuff that's boring, quote unquote, to people are probably things that the Cowboys think he really needs to work on and drill down on. But kind of a generic practice from him yesterday. Did have a nice touchdown pass to Jonathan Mingo, though.
Yeah, and you know, this is why I say about Joe Milton. People need to understand. I don't think Joe Milton. See, a lot of people want Joe Milton to push Dak Prescott, but my question becomes who pushes Joe Milton? Because if you just say automatically that Joe Milton is the second quarterback, then how is that making him more competitive? I think the training camp is where we're going to see the battle between Will Grier. I mean, there was somebody that wrote an article I thought was insane. They were talking about the Cowboys should just cut Will Grier because they know what he is. And because they're just basically saying, don't even challenge Joe Milton III as the number 2 quarterback. Don't challenge him. Well, doesn't he need to beat somebody out too? Joe Milton, we tried to do this same thing with Trey Lance. Don't just bring this dude in here and say he's the number 2 quarterback. Give Will Grier an opportunity. And I do think maybe Joe Milton is running with the 2s is because maybe they see that maybe Will Grier kind of already understands a lot of things. So we're going to run Joe Milton with the 2s so we can give Joe Milton more reps so that we can try to get him up to speed. And then once we get him up to speed, and then we're going to let him unleash. We're going to unleash him in training camp and then see who wins between him and Will Grier. So I'm very interested to see what happens with that. Matt D, he said, put that alcohol down. Yeah, I'm with you. But hey, each his own. But I'm saying, yeah, I feel you on that. Dominique said, He said, there you go, Brandy. If not Dak, then take Solomon Thomas. They look just alike other than the muscles. April Showers, they said Elam was more of a press corner, and Buffalo did more zone. I think he's going to be great for the Cowboys. I do. I think he's going to be great for the Cowboys. Let me see here. Definitely Lou Ferrigno for sure. But again, let's hit this last topic for tonight. Let's check this out. I thought this was a very good article. Oh, yeah. Ghost Mike McCoy said, why don't you cut Greer? You at least want 3 quarterbacks on your roster because one of them can always be on the practice roster. So, Ghost Mike McCarthy, their argument was because Will Greer's hit his ceiling, go get another developmental quarterback. Joe Milton's a developmental quarterback. They're saying go get another developmental quarterback so that you can be bringing another guy along too. We're not worried about that. I think Joe Milton, because of his age, I think Joe Milton, if anything, is going to be the bridge. And that's if Dak Prescott doesn't ball out and gets extended. I think he's more of the bridge. Because if I'm the Cowboys and I'm really talking about when I do get rid of Dak Prescott or whatever Dak Prescott, however that turns out, I'm not looking for a 28, 29-year-old quarterback. I'm literally looking for a rookie quarterback to come in here at 22 or 23 years of age. I don't want a 28, because by the time we see Joe Milton, if everything goes right, Joe's going to be 29. He'll be 29. And I've told y'all before, people keep talking about Cowboys can walk away from Dak Prescott in 2 years. Tell me what you want to. That Dak Prescott contract to me is built to extend. It's built to extend. And if Dak does, if Dak can do some of the things that, if Dak can accomplish some of the things with the team that they may be putting around him, Dak could stay here another 2 or 3 years after that and retire at 37, 38. So Joe Milton, we don't even know if he's even going, a lot of people, he's going to be Dak's replacement. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure he's going to be Dak's replacement. And again, if you're talking about a quarterback, a franchise quarterback, a guy who you want to be the quarterback for the next 10 years, because that's typically what you're looking at with franchise quarterbacks. Well, doggone it, man. By the time we see Joe Milton, he'll be 28, 29. He'll be a bridge quarterback. If anything, he will not be the new franchise quarterback. So I think the Cowboys franchise quarterback, I don't think he's on the team yet. But in saying all that, I believe that Will Grier, unless you can get somebody better, I say you keep Will Grier. And you let Will Grier and Joe Milton battle it out. Because if Joe Milton can't beat out Will Grier, and that's not saying anything bad about Will Grier, because I'm telling y'all Will Grier can play. The people who talking bad about Will Grier, they tripping, because Will Grier can actually play this game. He can play this game too. Just because he's not a starter don't mean he can't play this game. So we'll see how that all turns out. But I thought that was crazy when they was talking about don't just let the dude go. All right, let's get to this right here real quick. I found an article talking about don't believe the hype. Don't believe the hype. And I thought it was a very interesting, it was written by somebody named Shane Taylor over on Inside the Star. Let me show it to you here. Very interesting article. Absolutely loved it.
Yes! Here we go!
The name of the article is Don't Believe the Hype. It says, Cowboys minicamp. Don't buy too early. Don't buy into early hype on Jonathan Mingo and Joe Milton. Don't buy into early hype on Jonathan Mingo and Joe Milton. Let's read this article. It's pretty interesting. It says, if you're not seen by now, the Dallas Cowboys minicamp started this week at the Star, and whoa, did we have some early things jumping out at us, and how many are going to fall into the trap. It says, of course, I also get excited over football being back, but man, after the first couple of days, you would have thought that Jonathan Mingo and Joe Milton were locked into a starting spot. Exactly. He says, I know folks are going to get behind a hype train that just is not going to move anywhere when it matters. And I want you to think about what Bobby Belt said. Now, maybe Bobby Belt is seeing something that we haven't seen, but I haven't really heard anybody talking about this. But Bobby Belt was actually saying that whenever they put the net in the corner of the end zone and how they throw the balls and, they throw them into the net and blah, blah, blah. I mean, he's actually saying, like, Joe Mingo is going to be out there doing, like, circus-type throws, and, like, he's going to throw all of them, like, straight through the net, and it's going to set it on fire. How does he even know that? I mean, has he been watching the drill already, and Joe Milton is just killing it out there? Joe Milton, if you really think about it in the grand scheme of things, Joe Milton sounds awfully similar to Trey Lance. They were saying a lot of these same things about Trey Lance. They're saying about Joe Milton. A whole lot of these things. And I'm really like, man, we really got to pump the brakes. And that's why I keep saying, I wish these guys would leave Joe Mingo alone and just let Joe Mingo go out there and develop. Because I think where Joe Milton, and I think this is why Joe Milton is much more effective out of the pocket than he is in the pocket. I don't think he reads well yet. I said yet. Because he hasn't played a lot of college football, even though he played 6 seasons. He didn't play a lot of college football. That's number one. Number two, I do not understand the crazy talk about the Buffalo Bills game. It was the backups. It was a bye week for the Buffalo Bills. I would have loved to see what he looked like if the Buffalo Bills needed that game to win, because we already know how good the Buffalo Bills were. And we saw what they did to the Baltimore Ravens in the playoffs. We saw what they did to the Baltimore Ravens. I would have loved to seen him in that game if the Buffalo Bills had something to play for. With all of their defensive starters in the game, I would have loved to have seen it. But these Dallas Cowboy beat writers, they're the ones hyping up Joe Milton. No one else out there in the media is hyping up Joe Milton. He was ranked number 17 amongst all backup quarterbacks. I saw nobody writing any articles rebutting that rank. The Dallas media just keeps hyping up Joe Mingo. People talking about, oh, Joe Mingo, yeah, he's gonna be the headline. He's gonna be all the headlines. Yeah, because y'all are gonna make him the headlines. Because y'all are gonna do it. There are 31 other teams with backup quarterbacks. And they'll probably be making throws similar to Joe Milton. Some even better. And we're not going to hear about those 31 other teams. With the exception of maybe 2. Cleveland Browns, I'm sorry, Shedeur Sanders is not a backup. We don't even know what he's going to be yet. We know doggone well he shouldn't have been drafted in the 5th. All of us know we're taking him over Kenny Pickett. We all know we're taking him over Matt Dillon, whoever the guy is they went out there and drafted over me. We all know we're taking him over that guy. We're even allowing him to start in front of Joe Flacco more than likely. Most of us would. So we can't call Shedeur Sanders a backup yet. We don't know what it's going to be. Daniel Jones over there with Indianapolis. That's a bad deal that's a bad deal over there in Indianapolis. We don't really know if Daniel Jones was bad or was he really just on a bad franchise. Because I got questions about Brian Daboll. I have a feeling that this dude, Daniel Jones, is going to get a second chance, and he might be a baller. But other than those two, no one else will be talking about their backup quarterbacks. Oh, except for the Dallas Cowboys. Because our media wants to blow Joe Milton out the spot every chance we get. Brought in Jonathan Mingo. And we want to crown Jonathan Mingo as the number 3 wide receiver. And I was guilty of this early on. But now that it's kind of settled in with me, we may have to realize that Jalen Tolbert, some of his lack of success last year could probably be attributed to Cooper Rush, as well as the lack of Jonathan Mingo's lack of success with the Cowboys. Cooper Rush, even though Mingo was with the Carolina Panthers, things didn't work out there. But again, we got people who are already crowning these two guys as the starters, blowing them out the spot. And in particular, Joe Milton III. He says about Jonathan Mingo, he says, if you really look at it, Jalen Tolbert should be the guy behind CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. But during the first week, guess who looked good? Says despite his regular season success, Mingo is reportedly showing flashes of his own during minicamp as he looks to establish himself as a real player in the team's wide receiver rotation. During his 8 appearances with the Cowboys last season, Mingo was targeted just 16 times, hauled in 5 catches, 46 yards. Believe me, I'm not blaming Mingo. The throws were atrocious by Cooper Rush. But let's just see how the hype train continues for Mingo as it is just the second week of June. Let's see here. Okay, yeah. And then he says, I would love for nothing more than to be wrong about him. Watch this. But he just doesn't seem to be gaining any traction. And sure, maybe Mingo playing with Bryce Young and 2 backups in Dallas last year had something to do with it. See, he just doesn't seem to be gaining any traction. Tolbert may be better than we think. I know people don't like Tolbert. I'm just telling you, go back and look at some of his. You look at his stats before Dak Prescott. Joe Milton was really coming on strong. And then you look at him after Dak Prescott. And we all know, even Troy Aikman was saying, Cooper Rush can't throw the ball past 10 yards. And when he does throw it past 10 yards, you got to really make sure you give him time to wind up. But his accuracy fails. He can't do the quick throws beyond 5 yards. That Stellas Toast West Coast offense was atrocious. It absolutely was. But, again, we're talking about Mingo, but what about Tolbert? Because I believe if Dak Prescott stays that whole season, Tolbert might have been a 1,000-yard receiver. And rather than 7 touchdowns, he might have had 10. And there would really be a whole nother conversation about Jalen Tolbert. And Jalen Tolbert does a lot of work with Dak Prescott. An insane amount of work. Every time, Jalen Tolbert told us himself, every time Dak Prescott calls somebody to throw, guess who answers the call? Jalen Tolbert. So as much as Mingo may take a step, Tolbert takes a step too. Tolbert's got an upside. I mean, I know some of us may not like what I'm saying, but Tolbert seems to have a huge upside. He does. He seems to have a huge upside. And obviously, I don't know, the history and just off the cuff. Let me see here. Because Jalen Tolbert keeps saying that he just started playing football. And I was kind of confused on that. Because I was like, what does he mean he just started playing football? Okay, so this is what he's talking about. So Jalen Tolbert didn't start playing football until his sophomore year of high school. Now, somebody says, okay, that's not a big deal. Yeah, that is pretty much a big deal because most football players, they're playing in Little League, man. Shoot, man, these dudes played in Little League, man. They're in AAU ball by middle school. Shoot, a lot of football players in these last few generations, they knee deep in football by middle school. They knee deep in. They've been playing all the way from Pee Wee League. I mean, and even when I was coming up, the guys who played in middle school, they were the guys who played in Pee Wee. The guys who played in high school, they were the guys who played in Pee Wee middle school, and now they go on to high school. So I see what Jalen Tolbert is saying now. It says he didn't start playing football until his sophomore year of high school. Yeah. He focused on baseball and basketball before that. He then became a standout player at Southern Alabama and was drafted by the Dallas Cowboys in the 3rd round of the NFL draft. So, okay, I see what he's saying now. He late to the party. And so he's saying, as a baseball/basketball player turned football player, he's saying that I haven't reached my full maturity yet. But if you look at him at Southern Alabama, he just got better and better and better every single season. Better and better and better every single season. I mean, he was balling out over there. I've already given some of his stats in a previous video. He balled out over there. And so I think this staff may be even saying that they're saying that Jalen Tolbert still hasn't reached his full potential. Jalen Tolbert, I know we may hate to say this. Jalen Tolbert may be actually better than we think. And he's better than Jonathan Mingo. I know some people hate to hear it. I'm just saying. I mean, some of the things I've been reading, I always reserve the right to change my mind. And if somebody can convince me otherwise, I'm changing my mind on what's right. And I'm just starting to realize after kind of looking at different things, I'm like, maybe this dude, Jalen Tolbert, is better than we think. I want you to imagine playing half a season with Cooper Rush. Just because the Dak Prescott haters are hyping him up as if he's a unicorn. Look at the tape. You'll quickly realize he wasn't a unicorn. You quickly realize that Cooper Rush was not a unicorn by any stretch of the imagination. Any stretch of the imagination. So, Jonathan Mingo, I'm telling you, man. Jonathan Mingo, hey. Jonathan Mingo may actually be the 4th wide receiver. He may be the 4th wide receiver. And he'll probably get in the rotation. Jonathan Mingo will probably get in the rotation. He's a bigger wide receiver, and he may be a better blocker than Jalen Tolbert just by default because he's a bigger wide receiver, but we'll see. But we don't know how much Jalen Tolbert has improved his game yet. Jalen Tolbert may have improved his game. Simo, he said, I'm thinking Turpin is a problem as the 3rd and the 4th. Turpin is actually going to be the 4th receiver. Tolbert will be your regular set 3rd receiver. I'm sure he'll be the regular set 3rd wide receiver. But I think there will be formations to where Joe Milton will be the 3rd. But I do think beyond a shadow of a doubt, I meant Turpin. Turpin's going to be your 4th wide receiver. When you line up 4 wide receivers, Turpin will be out there at the 4th wide receiver spot. And that's exactly probably where you want Turpin. Have to be careful. Turpin is not a traditional wide receiver. Smaller guy. I don't think his hands are as good as a traditional. We've seen when they've tried to turn him into that big play wide receiver. That's not his game. Turpin's game to me is very simple. It's not so much about getting Turpin down the field unless you want to clear out what's underneath. And so you just send him running straight down the field. You might want to get the safety out of the way so you can open up a seam route or something like that. But Turpin, in reality, all I want to do is get him in space. I don't need to get Turpin. I don't need to just hit him on go routes and fly routes. Now I got George Pickens for that. I don't need, because George Pickens, where he is the better, why you want George Pickens to run your fly routes, your go routes? Because he can go up and get it. He can contest the ball. I mean, he can contest catches. He can overpower safeties and cornerbacks and double coverage. George Pickens can do that. Turpin can't. You only going to get Turpin on those when you get him and he runs past somebody. Okay, now you got him. You just throw it out there and let him run under it. But the thing with Turpin is I'm really more focused on getting him in space. Because if I can get him in space, then I can get Turpin. I mean, Turpin can just, hey, I just let him do the rest. Same thing with Jaden Blue. Jaden Blue, get him in space. Get Jaden Blue in space. Get him off the edge. Get him on a wheel route. Get him in space. Jaden Blue will do the rest. Let their speed beat everybody to the pylon. But Tolbert is going to be the third wide receiver on this team. There won't be a second because neither CD nor Joe are second or number 2 wide receivers. But Tolbert will be the third. And I'm telling you, Dak Prescott has great rapport with Jalen Tolbert. He's going to give him every chance to succeed. He really is. He's going to give him every opportunity to succeed. Yeah, George, he said Tolbert can make some impressive catches downfield. That's really what is supposed to be his strength was coming out of college. So we'll see in his 4th year, can he get back to that. Boy, goes to Mike McCarthy. No doubt. Vince Young was dealt a poor hand. Fisher never wanted him. Fisher sabotaged Vince Young. Vince Young, boy, if anybody watched this dude at Texas. Boy, Vince Young was a showstopper. Oh, boy. Vince Young to me was a generation too early. Vince Young was a generation too early. Boy, Vince Young today, woo-wee. Vince was crazy. Alabama, straight up. Cooper wasn't a good enough quarterback to judge the receivers. Straight up. Straight up, I agree. Yeah, Turpin the pet call at third or fourth receiver. Yeah, he'll be fourth. And when he come on the field, C-Mo, it's going to be problems. It's going to be problems with him, Pickens. I can see a formation. Pickens, Jaden Blue, Cavante Turpin, and whoever else you want to put out there. Boy, they're going to give defenses fits. They're going to give defenses fits. All that speed on the field. And don't let Paris Campbell make the team. It's going to be even more problems. When you're talking about Jaden Blue, Paris Campbell, George Pickens, Cavante Turpin, boy, it's going to be problems. And George Pickens just more of the fact because he doesn't necessarily have to run away from guys. He'll catch it. He'll catch it if it's 2 of them with him. He'll catch it. He'll catch it. He will. April Shower said, I could have sworn Dak scouted Tolbert during the draft season. And he liked Tolbert. He does. Robert Dudley, Trey Lance was a nice kid, but did he have the heart and desire to get down and dirty? I think they kind of spoiled him, kind of handed it to him on a silver platter. Appreciate you, Andre Kirkendorf. Appreciate you. Yes, sir. Hello, Cowboy Nation. Good to see you. Yeah, I'm telling us. So again, Jonathan Mingo. Hey, guys. Stu said pump the brakes. He said don't believe the hype. Rena, what's going on? He said don't believe the hype. I'm just saying. Daniel Liam said, gee, look at this wide receiver room now. Lamb, Pickens, Tolbert, Mingo, Turpin, Brooks, and Flournoy. That's an elite wide receiver room. Hey, Daniel Liam, it's pretty good. Pretty good. Pickens is what really makes it be that good. Because Pickens now allows everybody to be exactly where they need to be, rather than forcing people to move up where they shouldn't be. Alabama, I still think we got some time with Flournoy. I don't think the Cowboys are going to give up on him. They're going to let him come around too. April Showers, first round talent of Lamb and Pickens. Second round. First round talent, Mingo. Second round, Tolbert. Third round, I'll take it. Yeah. And the thing is, Tolbert may be better than he may be better than we thought. Hey, Richard Owens, I'm with you. If everything goes as planned, you don't need Mingo. Because, Richard Owens, think about this. A lot of people may not realize this. But Mingo what really makes Mingo less of a need is George Pickens. Because Mingo was supposed to be the George Pickens type receiver. He was supposed to be the down the field, contested catch wide receiver, go up and get it. That was supposed to be Mingo. Well, now we got now we got Pickens. Now, they're not going to throw Mingo in the trash because they got Mingo on a dirt cheap contract. It's only $1 million per season. Mingo is one of those wide receivers that even if he doesn't become your third wide receiver this year, you're keeping him. At least I believe you're keeping him if he can prove that he can beat out Brooks. I've been hearing Cropper's name. We'll see. I think they're only going to carry 5 wide receivers. So we'll see how it goes. But again, only thing I'm calling to our attention is, as they say, let's pump the brakes. Good night, Katharina Kiss. Let's pump the brakes before we start crowning Mingo. Ryan, you are exactly right, though. He was a beast in college. Went back and looked at his tape. He was a beast in college. But when I look at the style of play, you tell me what you think, Ryan R. I think it's actually a George Pickens type of receiver type. I mean, he plays, at least in college, he played the same way that Pickens plays today. Pickens is, and it's not that he can't run routes. And they've been showing in training camp, this guy has actually been, it's obvious he's been working on his route running. But he's a just straight down the field, go get it dude. He really is. He's a throw it up, he'll get it. Robert Dudley said Jonathan Mingo is not going to be Steve Smith. Yeah, like I said, again, he just says, hey, just pump the brakes. Like he said, he hopes he's wrong. And maybe he'll turn out. We'll see. Next person he talks about, Joe Milton. Pump the brakes. Pump the brakes on Joe Milton. He said the Cowboys traded for Joe Milton for minor draft compensation. Says during one game with the Patriots during his rookie season last year, Milton looked impressive despite playing against a fair number of backups for the Buffalo Bills. Thank you. Somebody say it. Say it, somebody, because people get mad when you tell the truth on this. He was 241 yards and a touchdown on 22 of 29 passing with a rushing touchdown added in as he highlighted his natural athleticism and arm strength on the field. Now, I'm just telling you, if this is how they're describing you as a quarterback, they're saying you need work. You don't say this. You just don't say this about great quarterbacks. It's not the first thing we're saying. No, this is him. This is who he is. He's a great quarterback, blah, blah, blah. He's raw talent right now. He's a developmental quarterback. It is what it is. It says, according to tweets from those in person at camp, Milton showed more accuracy, including an incredible deep throw to Jalen Cropper. Look at this. And Marcus Mosher, he says, oh man, there's a certain section of Cowboys fans that is going to go nuts after Joe Milton note. Cowboys minicamp practice number 1 notes Dak and Pickens connection was active. Most action took place underneath, making it tough on DBs who can't be physical yet. Milton showed more accuracy, had incredible deep throw to Cropper. Mingo was second most. And so he says, so here we go. Let me highlight this. He says, so here we go. People who hate Dak Prescott are going to take this bait and run with it all against backups like it means nothing. This is it. Just like he's saying. Milton will be a great backup to Dak if he goes down again due to injury. And if he does, I will be the first one rooting him on. But look at this. But let's pump the brakes on Milton minicamp hype for now. Man, people will tell you that this dude, Joe Milton, like, people will tell you when it comes to Joe Milton, people will say, boy, everybody made a mistake. So everybody made a mistake? So you're telling me everybody made a mistake on Joe Milton? So you're telling me that the Cowboys saw something in Joe Milton that nobody else saw. Okay, I'm going to let you tell that. I like Joe Milton. I'm glad we got Joe Milton, but can we let him develop? He needs time. The worst thing that could happen for the Dallas Cowboys this year, and I'm telling y'all, the worst thing that could happen for Dallas Cowboys this year is Dak Prescott don't stay healthy. We need Dak Prescott to stay healthy. When Dak is healthy, we win double-digit games. And it's in all the stats show the Cowboys are better with Dak Prescott. The Ghost of Mike McCarthy said Milton has size and athletic ability, but he was in college for 6 years. And let me highlight, he said 6 in capital letters, and could never win out the starting job until his last year, and that was after he had to transfer. Sorry, but got my doubts. I'm with you. I'm absolutely with you. This guy needs a lot more reps. Not more reps, a lot more reps. Alabama said if Milton ended up being a Jacoby Brissett, will Cowboys fans be happy with? Well, yep. Hey, because that's, hey, yeah, exactly. He said, Dagliv said, I was right. We would get Milton as a backup. It's crazy. So I'm trying to figure out teams are going to scheme against Mingo Pickens on the outside and Tolbert Lamb. Think that's the best combo. Ryan the Cowboys are going to give teams fits on offense. They're going to give them fits. Robert Dudley said Mingo, like Brooks, won't see the field that much. You know what? And the sad part is, Robert, when we do see him, it might be a dead giveaway. It's a running play. It could be a dead giveaway. It's a running play if Mingo is out there. But again, I'm just saying, I mean, I think this article that Shane Taylor wrote is fascinating because you're not going to hear a lot of these people talking about this. But the guy's saying it. Can we just pump the brakes? I've been saying the same thing. Can we just let this guy develop and stop trying to hype him up? Let this guy develop and be what he is. Daniel M said, gee, if we get Ramsey, I'm going to do cartwheels, and Stephen Jones needs to get shot his hairstyle for his efforts. He would be the vice president just for me. Hey, man, keep on. You keep on. This dude going to get he going to get a sponsorship by them. Shotty going to get a sponsorship. Watch what I tell you. But again, we've already covered the story on Michael and the Edge, and then we'll finish out the show with this. Appreciate y'all rocking with me tonight. Make sure you hit that like button if you haven't. This is my last story for tonight, and that is on Sam Williams.
Yes! Here we go!
Sam Williams. Man, this dude Sam Williams, I'm just telling you. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not going to be a hypocrite. I've totally forgotten about Sam Williams. I mean, Sam Williams has been injured so much that it's just, man, Sam Williams has been injured so much, I forgot Sam Williams was even on the team. I forgot Sam Williams was even on the team, y'all. But Sam Williams has been showing some flashes. All right, hold on a second here. Yeah, Sam Williams has been showing some flashes. He hasn't been able to do a lot of working out, but he did a drill. And everybody's excited about it because of the speed. Sean Brown, what up? He said, gee, you're the best Dallas Cowboy content creator on YouTube. I appreciate you. He said, I was watching other content. Then I saw your first post and I was hooked. Doing what you're doing, sir. Happy Father's Day to you and all the fathers. Same to you, Sean, if you got sons or daughters. Appreciate you. Yes, sir. Appreciate you. Trying to put that work in. Doing it for the coach, as they say. It goes to Mike McCarthy said if Mingo can't perform at this level at the wide receiver position, then I think he should gain 10 to 15 pounds and give the tight end spot a try. Whoa, yeah, he'd be crazy as tight end. He got some skill, no doubt. No doubt. And let's close out with Sam Williams. Sam Williams. This was posted on the Yard Barker. And I've seen this story other places too. Says here, Sam Williams post freakish speed at Cowboys minicamp. Look at this. It says, Sam Williams. It says freak of nature. Okay, this was originally posted on Athlon Sports by Landon Holyfield. It says freak of nature. No other way to put it. Sam Williams, singer, tore his ACL and partially towards MCL last July 28th, just days into Dallas Cowboys training camp. Fast forward less than a year, and he just posted the second fastest speed on the team during mandatory minicamp, 21.4 miles per hour. Wow. Only CeeDee Lamb ran faster, 21.9. And he, built to run fast. Williams, he's 260 pounds. Wow. That Cowboys Nation, a different galaxy of athleticism. To put it in context, Philadelphia Eagles breakaway superstar Saquon Barkley's fifth fastest carry all season in 2024 was 21.9. Barkley's 230 pounds. Williams is 30 pounds heavier and coming off a knee surgery. And yet somehow he still may be the third or fourth most dangerous pass rusher on this Cowboys team. I'm telling y'all, if there's one thing the Cowboys will be able to do well this year, it will be rush the passer. It says Michael Parsons is the best edge rusher in football. Donovan Ezaraku, the most prolific pass rusher in college last year. 17.5 sacks, is waiting to explode. Dante Fowler just notched 10.5 sacks in Washington. And then there's Sam Williams. I'm just telling you, if the Cowboys are not able to rush the passer this year, it'll be a tragedy. They're going to be able to rush the passer, no doubt about it. It says Sam Williams is a work in progress in terms of off-the-field maturity, no doubt, with the kind of recovery, raw speed, and way up their ceiling that makes you wonder what's coming next. It says forget coming back healthy. He's coming back blazing. For Dallas, this isn't just a good sign. It's a freakishly positive potential game changer. Yeah. Sam Williams. Yep. I hope he really turns it on. It is time for Sam to turn it on. It really is time for Sam Williams. I mean, because Sam Williams, man, at the very least, the Cowboys could trade him if they have so many of these edge rushers. But again, I would really hope, if I'm the Cowboys, that Sam Williams really step it up this year. Ryan R. says, the Slam Williams is official, G. Just another dog to hunt at the line. Micah isn't the only pass rusher. We have plenty, G. Hey, Ryan, we had this discussion early on. A lot of people don't like what Ty Church was suggesting. But Ty Church is of the belief that the Cowboys have actually replaced Micah Parsons if they wanted to trade him. And he's talking about Donovan Ezaraku, Dante Fowler, and I think he's including Sam Williams in there. And while I don't think that the Cowboys are going to let go, and I don't think Ty Church thinks it either, I don't think any of us think that he's going to let him go, but I do think this. I'm just telling us, if Michael Parsons went down again, I don't think it would be the same as it was last year. The Cowboys have so many doggone pass rushers, they'll be fine. They'll be fine. Michael is about to be, the Cowboys may have put themselves in position to use Michael Parsons more uniquely than any of these teams that have top pass rushers. The Cowboys are going to be able to actually use Michael Parsons as a chess piece. Move him wherever you want to. You don't have to have him just at, now you can get Michael Parsons and say, hey, man, we're not going to just play you at the edge rush. But, hey, we want you to rush the passer. Hey, we want you to play linebacker. We want you to rush the passer from the linebacker position. We want to put you in different places on the field. Left, right, linebacker, wherever we want to put you. They are in a position now. They're going to be able to put Michael Parsons anywhere they want to. Could you imagine Donovan Ezaraku, Dante Fowler, and Michael Parsons on the field at the same time? Mind-blowing. Mind-blowing when you think about it. Mind-blowing what the Cowboys are going to be able to do. The Cowboys question, offensive line and defensive line are both tackle positions. They gotta really see what they are at the offensive and defensive tackle positions. Because other than that, edge rushers, shoo, man. The Cowboys are going to be able to rush the passer. Yeah, Daniel Lim, that's the issue. That's what I'm just bringing up. Yeah, we stop the run. We're going to be able to rush the passer. That's not going to be the problem. We got to figure out what we are at the tackle positions, both offensively and defensively, because both of those things are going to determine how good are we at stopping the run, how good are we at running the ball. We have got to make sure those two issues are ironclad, because as far as the edges go, we're there. As far as the guards and the center go, we're there. Our tackles are the question. We got to see what the answer is on that. We do. Michael Plain, he said, our offensive line needs work. It's not the defense. The defense gets us the ball back a lot, but our offensive line has a hard time scoring TDs. Again, Michael Plain. Yeah, it's our tackle positions on both sides. Really, we got to, once we figure out what those are, we're on our way. We're on our way. We're taking off. Daniel M said, G, what's your take on bringing back Linval Joseph on a 1-year deal for the one-tech job just for depth? Why not? Why not? He's already been here. Bring him back. If we really think we got them questions, bring him back. And not only that, Daniel M, bring him back, give him another chance. Maybe he'll be hungry. Bring him back. Bring him back. Yeah, a lot of people were mad, I think, when Tyrone Crawford got up out of here. Ty Church, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Georgie George, Matt Eberflus is a smart enough coach to get all those dogs on the field together. Whoa, boy, Georgie George, when he do, boy, it's going to be crazy. I'm telling you, it's going to be crazy. So the Cowboys, I'm telling y'all, Dan Quinn would have salivated over this Cowboys defense, right? Dan Quinn would have salivated. The Cowboys, the one thing we know they have is speed on both sides of, they got speed and power on both sides of the line. So what we need on defense, we just got to make sure the tackle positions are, can we stop the run? And what better game against the Philadelphia Eagles to see if we can do it? That's going to be the big question right there. Ryan R says, yes, G, we can get the best out of Michael. There's no reason that we shouldn't get the best out of him, but he has to buy in. Facts. And if he buys in and let them use him the way that they want to, phew, man. Poobie D said they're going to need Michael to rush the passer. Without him, we suspect. And again, they're going to have an opportunity, Poobie D. They're going to be able to use him anywhere they want to. Left, right, middle, linebacker position, anywhere they want to. They're going to be able to use him for sure. Daniel Lim said if Reader's off the table, then bring back Linval Joseph for 1 year. Okay, is Reader off the table? I'm not sure Reader's off the table. I just don't think people have started wheeling and dealing yet. I don't think he's off the table just yet. Richard Owen said, gee, if I'm Micah, I don't want the season to start without me having a contract because Sam Williams could make the Joneses save money. Richard Owens, boy, you better stop playing. Boy, hey man, you don't want the Michael Parsons fans don't want to hear that. That boy Sam Williams get on that field and start tearing it up. Shoot, man, Jerry might really start feeling himself on that contract. Jerry might start feeling himself on that contract. Shoot, I'm not too worried. I know Jerry is going to get this contract signed with Michael Parsons. I think he's going to get it signed. Robert Dudley said, just for me and hit close to home, guys. Jay Liam said, I think one of the defensive tackles for the Lions is hurting. The Lions don't want to cut Reader if the Lions are a Super Bowl team. Yeah, I feel that. Hey, man, DJ Reader's good. He's just an older defensive tackle, but he's still good. It's a good thing he's up under contract because, again, you know, once you, like I said before, man, once you hit that 31 years of age and you don't have that contract, bro, you're a mercenary. You the 1 year deal, dude. So we'll see. Ryan All, one thing about Jalen Hurts, he holds the ball at times. Even last year, our pass rush gave Hurts all types of problems and took Jaden Daniels out of the game. For sure. For sure, Ryan. That's why I'm saying, man, I don't understand people who keep talking about the Cowboys going to be third in the NFC East. I'm not going to be surprised if the Cowboys win the NFC East. Nobody has won back-to-back NFC East titles in so long. It's a shame. It's actually a shame. I don't think the Eagles are going to win it, and I don't think that the Washington Redskins are going to have as much success as they did the last time. I don't. But again, hey guys, I appreciate y'all rocking with me. We're about to get out of here. Man, great show today. 4 hours of Cowboys talk. Just when you thought we didn't have nothing to talk about, we had plenty. Let's do this. But again, I appreciate y'all rocking with me. I got to get this thing put back together. Y'all can see back here in the background, it looks a lot darker now. Next time, by the time y'all see me, everything gonna be that beautiful blue back there. And we'll have a few more things up in the background. But again, I appreciate y'all rocking with me. Appreciate y'all support. Y'all keep liking and sharing this content. Let me see. Michael Plant, what's up? He said, I believe that Sam Williams will be a great run stopper. He got this. Man, I think this dude going to be all over the place. The ghost of Mike McCarthy said, great show again. G, be safe and happy Sunday. Y'all too. You too, ghost of Mike McCarthy. Dang it, Liv, it's getting close. Preseason in 2 months. Let's do this. Robert Dudley said, I hope Sam Williams don't turn into Randy G. Oh, yes. No, we don't need another Randy Gregory. April Shaw was happy Father's Day to all the dads. Yes, appreciate you. Dang it, Liv, watch Ramsey be a Cowboy. Hey, dang it, Liv. I heard some whispers the other day. So it's not out of the question. Fubi D said, happy Father's Day. Polo said, hit that like button. George, good night. Yes, sir. Looking at what you provide. Peace and love. Yes, sir. All right, C-Mo, I'm going to give you the last word. He said, happy Father's Day. Until the next time, let's talk Cowboys. We talk facts. Peace.